snaps it in the square bush. He got it. Off hard, and he's not. 10, 5, over the move. Touchdown, and they don't even need a field goal.
Welcome to the Simulation Football League Season 20 Rookie Draft Night 2. Last night, Type Attack finally gets his name called and goes to Seattle as the #1 overall selection. Louisiana completes a smash and grab of two of the best rookie running backs in Dwayne Salmons and Chris Grant Jr. And Queen City's draft class is arguably the best in the land, with Alex Marshall, Chase Matthews, and DJ Kilgannon all headed to Buffalo. Who will get their name called tonight and join the rest of the draftees in the new era of the SFL? Good evening, folks. I'm Tyler Falk, your host for Day 2 of this season's rookie draft. Thank you for tuning in tonight as we welcome 54 more players to the SFL. I am joined here in studio by 3 of my esteemed colleagues and, of course, the SFL Commissioner, Pamela Irvine. Let's go ahead and introduce the panelists here tonight. Besides myself, to my left, your right, is a man who has been a mastermind help orchestrating this new era of the SFL. It's the head coach of the San Diego Mavericks, Mike O'Neill. Mike, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much, Tyler. Really appreciate it. Super excited to be involved in this amazing new era, for the draft. And yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing what we have going today.
Thank you, Mike. Next on the docket is a broadcaster who has really made a name for himself here in the minor league, been a part of so many minor league games. It's Anthony Ellison. Big Ant, how are we doing?
Hey, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to calling all these rookies in these games next up and coming season. Very excited.
Absolutely. And finally, last but not least, it's my favorite Canadian, my friend from north the border, co-owner of the Vancouver Legion, Mr. Brett Solberg. Brett, how are we doing tonight?
Man, you know that if there's anything involving Tyler Falk, there has to be his Canadian tall partner right beside him. So I ain't going to miss this moment here. Rounds 3 and 4, where the more unpredictable picks become, that is just easy goings for me. I got to be here. Let's get drafting, folks.
Absolutely. And so without further ado, it's time to get Day 2 started. That means Queen City, with the 55th overall pick, you are now on the clock with 5 minutes to go. All right, gentlemen, let's quickly break down yesterday's action, all 54 selections, and what teams need to be looking forward to in the next couple of hours. Mike, we go back to you. Your thoughts, especially on Queen City, who I mentioned at the top of the show, had a couple of fantastic selections. Lots of players making a name for themselves in the combine.
Yeah, I think Queen City did an excellent job yesterday. I mean, realistically, getting a lot of the players that they got that fell to them. I mean, it seems like they really got like 3 first-round picks. I mean, is that not pretty accurate to say, Tyler?
I would agree. And of course, the orchestrator of all things Queen City, Thomas Walsh, in the draft room there, again, looking to make a couple of next selections. Queen City started the draft with less than 23 players on the team, which means all 23 have to fit under that $23 or $25 million cap, compared to a few other teams who can go over because they had gotten the coveted 23 to start the draft. Anthony Ellison, over to you. Queen City, it hasn't been a really solid couple of seasons for them, and they are really looking to get back to their glory days of seasons 1 and 5. Take us through what Queen City needs to do here with the next couple of picks.
They did a fantastic job in the first day getting the quarterback. It all starts with that. You want to have a franchise quarterback that you can build around. Now we're looking at these 3rd and 4th rounds for defense. Plenty of secondaries on the board that's available. go out there and get yourself some cornerstones, some bookend cornerbacks that can stop these receivers that are going to be coming after you. So it's going to be very important on the defensive side today.
So a couple of backers there, Alex Marshall and Kilgannon, two already stout defensive players. And of course, Chris Matthews gets in there as a tight end, another big body tight end for the Corsairs to work around. Brett Solberg, over to you. Final thoughts on Queen City, what they need to do, and overall thoughts on day one coming into day two real quickly as the pick has just arrived from Thomas Walsh.
So for day one for them, they just went with, guys that, really fill holes right away. Alex Marshall, Matthews, and Kilgannon, all guys, high value guys, and they're going to be, immediate players ready to go week one. Now it comes for day two, and it's a little bit up in the air. I have three positions that they can maybe go with here. Wide receiver, that pool is still huge. There's still a lot of great talent on wide receivers. Himothy Mossam King, one of the top receivers left in this draft pool, could be taken here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went for a second defensive end or a second defensive tackle to see what their defense shows up in terms of week one defenses.
All right, it was Type Attack who opened up the day on day one. Who opens up day number two? For the first time, we welcome in the SFL Commissioner, Cameron Irvine, with the pick.
Thank you, Tyler, and good evening to all of you. Happy Sunday here on this wonderful draft weekend. For the 55th pick in the SFL Season 21 Rookie Draft, the Queen City Corsairs select wide receiver Bob Wood. Portland is on the clock with the 56th pick, and I'm expecting a trade to come in on a pick unrelated to this next selection coming up in the next few minutes. Portland, you're on the clock, pick 56.
Well, thank you, Cam. We'll be eagerly anticipating the trade news if and when it does transpire. But, Brett, you were right. It was a wide receiver, but it wasn't King. It was Bob Wood.
Yeah, and Bob Wood actually was one of the guys that I had, a little bit, higher up on the list here. He might be a little bit of a shorter guy at 5'10", but there's so many different opportunities now with a different engine coming in. The shorter the person with a higher, a better speed, I guess you could say ability, will blast off that field a lot faster. And that's probably what Queen City saw in Bob Wood, as well as being a really nice guy. I talked to him for the last couple weeks here. He's just a very, down-to-earth kind of guy, and, another fantastic pickup by Queen City. Just another one to, tip the cap for Queen City. Just another great pick here that easily could have been a second-round guy. Get him in the first pick in the third round.
And Portland now on the clock as we move forward rather quickly. Mike O'Neill. Portland now seeing a wide receiver go off the board, and Bob Wood. Pretty solid pick from Queen City as they continue to have a pretty solid draft. Now what does Portland do here?
Oh, man. So I think with Portland, I mean, look, everybody was kind of surprised with the shocker of, former running back going to wide receiver, Scott Johnson. So this is going to be interesting. I think that they really, really could go wide receiver again here. Taking a look at their roster here, I think that they could go wide receiver. I definitely think they could go defensive on the defensive side of the ball here. Going into this new era, it's always a solid pick to pick up extra defensive backs. Stamina is going to play a huge role in this new game. So I would say either wide receiver or defensive back for Portland here.
As Portland gets back on the clock here, Anthony Ellison, over to you real quick. You can either talk about Bob Wood or we can continue to talk about Portland. Two really good teams in terms of trying to build stuff. We look at Portland's picks now. The real shock for me was them going off after offensive line real quick, but we saw rather quickly in that first round, offensive line was a very hot commodity and gone within the first 15 picks.
So as a person that I love offensive line play. It doesn't talk about, it's not flashy. You don't see their faces often, but the fact is when it's in the fourth quarter and when you can tire a defense out by pushing the line back so your running back can get those first downs, those are very important. It's all about getting the protection up front. You want to be able to make those deep passes, but you can't do that if you don't have a good offensive line. So the fact is, if you build from the inside and work your way out, that is a recipe for a good season.
And of course, Brett, we talked about depth here a little bit. So really anywhere and anyone can go off the board at any time at this point. You noted on the unpredictability of the second day of this third and fourth round. So let's get another prediction. You were nearly 1 for 1 on the first pick. What do you got here for pick number 2 of the night?
Again, this one's going to be a little bit tougher for me, mainly because Portland could really go anywhere with this one. You see the team needs up top. You can almost forget about that because Portland could still fill a couple spots, especially if they could grab a second tight end if they want. There's still a good set of tight ends left on that board there. We don't know if Portland's going to play a 3-4 or 4-3 base defense, so that could be either an inside linebacker or a second defensive end to kind of join in the likes of Jobu McSlim, Louis Negron, and Robert Brar. But I think that this is a defensive pick, and this will determine whether they play 3-4 or 4-3 heading into this season.
And the pick is in from Portland, and we head back to Cameron Irvine with not just the pick, but also that trade we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler. Plenty to discuss here this afternoon. I actually have 2 trades that have come in the first 15 minutes of this draft. Jacksonville has traded the 64th pick to Charleston. In exchange, they will receive the 86th pick and a second rounder in season 22. So Charleston has moved up to pick 64. We also have Alamo City. They are sending that 69th pick they got from division rival Mexico City yesterday to Los Angeles. In exchange, Los Angeles will give Alamo City the 78th, 85th, and 105th picks as Alamo City continues to build a ridiculously large roster. Heading into season 21, they are building depth, and they are building it now. In the meantime, with the 56th pick in the SFL season 21 rookie draft, the Portland Fleet select defensive end Ricky Phillips. Motor City is on the clock with pick 57.
All right, Mike O'Neill. Ricky Phillips was a big name that had waited so long to hear his name called, especially Chad was really high on him last night. Take us through Ricky Phillips's character and his build.
Absolutely. So yeah, Ricky Phillips, big name in the minor league. This is a great pickup for Portland. Comes in at 300 pounds, 6'5", great size. He's really, I mean, he's about as good as it gets for speed on the defensive end side. He's got great, pretty good higher up strength. His tackle's really solid. The only thing I think that I could critique him in is he may need to work on the run coverage a little bit. But I think that Portland immediately gets a great rusher off the edge that can help that pass rush and help shore up that defense.
And over to you, Anthony. You saw a lot of Ricky Phillips from Madison this past season. Take us through what you saw on the field.
Being disruptive. It's not always about getting the stats, getting the tackles, but the fact is if you can cause problems in the middle, if you can have 2 blockers have to block you, that's going to free up your linebacker to be able to get to the hole and get to the tackle. But so the fact is it's not always about the stats. It's about how he's making an effect on the field. So if he's causing a double team and they have to go to the assignment to him, that means you're doing a good job as a defensive lineman.
Absolutely. And if it looks like I'm doing double duty tonight or looking off the kilter, that's exactly what I'm doing. As I'm going to put a personal plug out here. I'm updating the off-season hub right now. So if you want to go ahead and take a look, of course, you got the ticker down below. But if you want to take a look at a whole bunch of off-season news and all that kind of fun stuff, head over to the off-season hub. Link is in the SFL Discord server, and a link to that is also down there in the description. Also, some other team news coming out of DC tonight. The general manager, Chris Britton, has resigned, and it is Shabazz Synergy who is taking over as acting general manager. This happened a few weeks ago, but it was not relayed to the rest of the league. But now we know that the general manager calling all the shots has been Shabazz and not Chris Britton. So, Brett, let's go to you and how this rocks DC's architecture just a little bit. And as we go forward and go into Motor City's next pick.
Yeah, it could be just, something as minor as, not seeing the same philosophy between Chris Britton and what the team was looking like or anything like that. I can't disclose. I don't know what's going on with it, but it is a shakeup for the DC team. But thankfully they can still turn things around. They're still a fantastic organization. They've always been either flirting at the playoffs or been in the playoffs. They're always a team that, that's I would say scary offensively and very in some seasons underrated in that department as well. So I still think they have the tools necessary to right the ship here and just this little change in their eyes here, and could get themselves set up for the season and really make some waves.
And just to clarify something, it was not a disagreement of philosophy or anything. It was I'm being told for personal reasons. We all wish Chris Britton well, and of course now as the new general manager in Indianapolis and being a former member of Indianapolis, Chris Britton, he is a solid guy, solid character. Just hopefully all is well in Chris Britton land. Over to Mike O'Neill. Motor City, of course, being the talk of the town last couple of seasons with a few different philosophy changes. We had some controversy with quarterback a couple seasons ago. This 3 tight end look and very limited wide receiving core, which they had for a little bit. They're hoping this new era changes things around for them. What kind of pick, as the pick just comes in real quickly, what do they do to continue to build on? They have another old lineman now in Smith. Who do they grab here?
Well, I think they're shored up in my personal opinion. I think they're shored up on the offensive side of the ball. I think that they look really stout on the offensive side. I would go outside linebacker here. You've still got Mojontana and Wolf Highwind on the board. I think outside linebacker is a surefire pick for them, considering, and you've got Al-Farouq Aminu still on the board, which is crazy. So I think it's a surefire pick for them right here. If they take that, any 3 of those players, in my personal opinion, would be great for Motor City.
I'm hearing Shabazz Synergy beat out Mike O'Neill's chair for that GM spot. So maybe we see Mike O'Neill's chair in another land here in the future. But for now, we head back to SFL Commissioner Cameron Irvine for Motor City's pick.
I think they should have taken the chair. It's a smart chair. With the 56th pick in the SFL season 57th pick in the season 21 SFL rookie draft. Maybe the chair should replace me. The Motor City V8 select wide receiver Johan Sutherland. The 58th pick is Fort Worth. You are on the clock.
Johan Sutherland gets off the board in that wide receiving core, or the wide receivers that were really stocked full with a whole bunch of talent. All of a sudden, it's a run on wide receivers. First 2 of 3 picks go the route of the wide receiver, and Johan gets his name called. Anthony, over to you on Johan Sutherland.
Big body, be able to catch the target. Every team is doing this. You got to score points. And the fact is, if you see the wide receiver run is going to happen, Wood got drafted in the first pick of the 3rd round. So you're going to see teams getting a little bit nervous. They're going to want to get their thing. I know Motor City had a 3 tight end situation, but you got to have wide receivers. You got to be able to put points on the board. Sutherland is a fantastic pick for Motor City to help do that.
And what's really key, Ant, is the ability to build depth here in this new system with roster sizes expanding to the most we've ever seen here in the SFL. At times, it only had been 10 players. We pushed it to 20, then to 23. And now, Brett, as we now move on to Fort Worth's pick, depth becomes a much coveted aspect of this league. And it's something that a lot of these SFLMers who are hoping to get drafted might find themselves in as we go to Fort Worth. And I think the steal of the draft is Sonny Sky, a very good pick in my opinion for Fort Worth. They only had 1 yesterday, but this man here, Aaron Alexander, with a very solid pick to begin last night, his only pick last night. Brett, take us through Aaron's mind and what Fort Worth are looking to do here with their next pick.
Well, first off, I would say the steal of the draft is DJ Woods, but that's just me being biased more than anything else. But when we look at from the Fort Worth perspective, again, it's tough to say. I think that first pick of Bob Wood from Queen City, I think Mike O'Neill has something going on with it. There might be that string of wide receivers kind of going, and we might see that wide receiver 4 again happen. but they still have some holes, in certain areas. They could go with, another safety here because, again, talking about depth here, we're looking at, getting people on that second spot for free safety and strong safety. There's still some special teams guys left here. There is a potential to get a punter here. There, it's going to grow into a hot commodity soon enough where punters are going to be valued more than they actually are here. And they again, when it comes to these 2 rounds here, it could be unpredictable, but it can set the foundation on what type of play set they're going to look into. But I would see either wide receiver or safety going for Fort Worth here.
We've already seen 2 trades already. Do other GMs start to take notice, Mike O'Neill, of this early run of wide receivers? And if they're looking for more depth and their player maybe becomes the top of their board rather quickly as other names start to come off it, will we see some more, not necessarily knee-jerk trades, but more hasty trades to try and get back up into the early part of this order to try and get a pick?
I think so, man. I think absolutely. I think anytime you have this many good players fall into the 3rd round, I think everybody is kind of like walking on eggshells right now, and everybody's kind of like, pacing back and forth. So there's a lot of behind the scenes trade work going on for people trying to move up when you've got crazy names in this draft still here in the 3rd round. Just really briefly, I do want to touch on Fort Worth, though. I want to make I think that my prediction here, if obviously their depth picks, they need DBs. Jadoobie is still on the board as a corner. They only have 4 corners listed on the roster currently. And Jadoobie, I mean, even though he's only 5'10", 190 in the combine, he was stout. So this is a player, I mean, I would have, he's a 1st round quality type of corner, and he's here in the 3rd round. So I think it would be a really good pickup for them. And that's just kind of, left field throwing that out there, Tyler.
Jadoobie-doo, where are you? Where will you get picked tonight? I'm sorry, the whole Sinatra thing just never turned out for me. That's why I talk. That's why I broadcast. Anywho, one of the best names here in this draft class, Jadoobie-doo, and hopefully he gets his name called tonight. But Anthony, as Fort Worth now ticks under a minute to go, this is actually one of the longest stretches between picks we've seen in both nights to this point. Anthony, what is Fort Worth thinking? Are they thinking maybe a little bit too much on this one, or are they just making sure they have their right guy?
And I'll be honest, they lost 3 people to free agency, 2 on the defensive side. Maybe you're trying to contact every team and see if you can get depth for next season. Maybe you can go back, get a few picks, because we talked about it's all about depth here. So, you lost John Fullerton to the free agency, signed with Seattle, got a replacement. There is a run on wide receivers right now. But if I'm looking at Fort Worth, I'm going on the offensive side. I need another big guy in the trenches right here. So I'm looking for a defensive tackle to help out with their team.
So in comparison to last night, the pick is finally in. It was a very quick turnaround last time Fort Worth made a pick. They take almost all the time off the clock, and we finally get to send it over to the commissioner, Kevin Irvine.
Thank you, Tyler. With the 58th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Fort Worth Toros select wide receiver Joe Idle. Charleston is on the clock with the 59th pick.
And unlike me, I will never be an idol, but Joe Idle is his namesake, and he becomes a new member of the Fort Worth Toros. Brett Solberg, it's 3 out of 4 picks going wide receiver. The run continues.
Yeah, and I think the desperation is starting to hit with some of these GMs and owners that are in that draft room right now trying to pick, because now you see 3 of the first 4 picks wide receivers in a big pool of wide receivers here, and quickly it's starting to shrink a little bit here. So I would say don't be surprised if we see another trade come up to a desperate team that wants to grab another receiver here. As for Joe Idle, that's another big body that we're talking about here. 6'3", 195, has elite speed. He needs to improve on his catching heading into the big leagues here. But he's going to be a guy, to kind of set the foundation for the future here. And when you look at that wide receiver core in Fort Worth, what better to learn from but guys like Steven Hacker and Cade Stevens? Those 2 guys are just amazing talents.
I was going to say that's the one thing that Fort Worth has done very well. Cade Stevens, and yes, he was in bounds, and yes, he was in bounds last playoff season. So now with that being said, another wide receiver to go and learn from two talented other wide receivers and two great men over there in Fort Worth. Now on the clock is the Charleston Predators. The Predators, I thought they were going to have a good season last season. Unfortunately for them, it just did not pan out that way for Charleston. Mike O'Neill, as they look to continue on what yesterday's host, Mr. Jacob Clear from the Land Down Under, said he really liked how his draft turned out, picking up defensive end Anthony Robertson and Ricky Spider, the wide receiver. Where do they build on here? They got two of their draft picks or draft needs. Now they're still looking at another need, maybe another middle linebacker, as we already see their pick coming in. Mike, real quick.
Yeah, I think they go wide receiver again. I know Jacob was excited about getting a fourth wide receiver, but I wouldn't be surprised, given the value of some of these players, that we see a 5 wide receiver go here, especially with the run on receivers. My pick is Zora Lunar.
Zora Lunar. All right. Over to Cameron Irvine here in just a second with the pick.
With the 59th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Charleston Predators select strong safety Guy Incognito. Alamo City is up next with pick 60. You are on the clock.
Incognito mode no longer active. He gets to be revealed here as a new member of the Charleston Predators. Anthony Ellison, why did Charleston go ahead and pick Ignito? What did they see in him, and how good of a pick it is for Charleston?
This is a much needed pick, especially after losing players in the offseason. He comes in starting automatically. Fantastic player right there. This is the run that we're going to see with the defensive back. The fact is, if you can get somebody that can play center field and be able to cut off those post routes and be able to take away those deep shots, you need to get them. And I love the name Incognito. I really do, because maybe the quarterback won't see him, so he'll be able to get those interceptions for them. I like this pick. I really do.
Wolf, I'll be here all night, buddy. You're gonna have to get used to my Minnesotan puns and maybe a little bit of my Minnesotan accent. All right, Brett Solberg. Incognito is going to put some quarterbacks in the incognito mode with how well he's able to cover the field.
Yeah, and if you look at him just from a player perspective, he was the second highest free safety of all the SFLM, behind a pro player two-way in Will Stern. That is how valued he is at the free safety position. And Charleston getting him in that spot, like Anthony said, he's going to step in right away and make a huge impact to that Charleston defense, a talented defense, I do have to say, that kept them in a lot of games when, it's hard to say, but their offense kind of, faltered in that season, but their defense stepped up in big situations. Adding a guy like Incognito just bolsters a great defense.
Oh, yeah, you betcha. The Alamo City Artillery now on the clock, and the tanks continue to roll. The cannons continue to fire. They got their man, fullback Storm, last night, and it looks like Bo Morpheus sent men into the Matrix. Martin Jr. really likes who he's talking to, so let's go over to Mike O'Neill. Who is he potentially talking to?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to predict. I know looking at the top of the screen here, you can see that they need defensive line. So I want to jump to defensive line. You still got some great defensive ends. You've got Evan Miller, Brookie Burr, who had 4 sacks, Crum Gedden. There's a lot of options here, defensive line. I really think we see him go defensive line here. And I definitely think that Alamo City is going to shore up that defensive line here with this pick.
Now, a few people are saying punter. Anthony Ellison, we did see one punter come off the board for Sioux Falls yesterday. That was Andrew Warren, who got his name called last night. So there are currently 2 other punters remaining, Williamson and Iron Leg. Of those 2, who do you see, if Alamo City were to pick, who do you see going to Alamo City?
I like Williamson. I do like the big leg. A punter can change the side of the field. It's very important. You don't hear it a lot, but the fact is, if you can pin them back inside the 20, inside the 10, and make them have those long like goal-to-goal situations, that's what you do. So you get a punter that has really great accuracy, and they can put the ball in the corner so it's hard for the returners to can return.
And so we send it over to Cam and Irvine. We've hit the 60s. It's pick number 60 for Alamo City. Over to Cam.
With the 60th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Alamo City Artillery select wide receiver Kenny Hendricks. Canton is on the clock with the 61st pick.
So it is not a punter, and we are back to wide receivers. Brett Solberg and BK12 over there. He's got a couple extra rookie friends all across the SFL now. This run on receivers has really taken off. Let's talk about Kenny Hendricks.
And you know what? It makes sense for Alamo City, because if you look at that roster, it's not a lot of high-valued wide receivers. Yayo Montana coming in at the highest-paid receiver of that team at just $1.28 million. When you look at the rest of the wide receiver core, there's some teams that are repping $1.5 million each on their top two receivers. So you know what? A fifth receiver isn't a terrible option here. Kenny Hendricks, another wide receiver taken. It's just shortening that pool even more. And again, I go back to when's that next trade going to happen, where a team needs to go up and take that next receiver, because that's 4 down. How many more do we have left?
We've got a big old crop of them so far, so we very well could see. All the next teams in this round 3 could all pick wide receivers. I think we'd still have maybe 1 or 2 wideouts left over potentially. And Mike O'Neill, we talked about depth a little bit, and these 3 and 4 rounds, we are going to see a lot more depth picks as teams now. We move to every single draft from here on out will be 4 rounds, and every team will have at least at one point 4 picks to choose from, which means a lot of these rookies are going to have to take a back seat in some scenarios and develop to become starters in certain cases. Mike, where does Canton go in that regard?
Oh, man. They can go, obviously, looking at the top of the screen here, you got, I believe, defensive line and tight end. I would see tight end more. Looking at who we've got here still on the board. We've got Major Camp still on the board. We've got Janko Mulder, Romeo June. There's a couple of good options here with tight end. I could definitely see them going tight end here, since we're on an offensive run here in the draft. And maybe they're not so worried. You still got a lot of defensive linemen on the board. I think you go tight end here. That would just be my preference for sure.
And a quick update from Victor Ironleague, a punter we were mentioning earlier. He is also Victor Washington. It's a 2-way special teams player that can do either both kicker and punter. So that's another wrench to throw into a whole lot of plans. Anthony, back over to you. The Canton Classics, who have been right around halfway in a lot of scenarios, a lot of cases over the last couple of seasons in their first 2 seasons. Take us through what Canton goes through here. Do you agree with Michael, or do you have your own opinion?
So the thing is, when you're in the later rounds, you want to get depth, but you don't want to reach. If you don't feel like they're the person that can help you even in special teams or in those special situations, then maybe you get on the phone and maybe you look at trading back. But the thing is, you want to make sure you get depth in the right places, and you want to get somebody that's going to fit your offensive or defensive scheme. So it's very important when you're looking at trying to get depth here, you try to get something that fits your need, but don't try to reach, because there are plenty of really good players out there that's going to make an impact for you. So take your time. If you're in that war room, take your time and find the player that's going to fit your scheme that maybe can help you this season.
And we saw Van Lacey go ahead and make a call. Let's see who he called. Over to Cameron Irvine.
With the 61st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Canton Classics select wide receiver Andrew Gibson. Denver's on the clock with the 62nd pick.
Another wide receiver comes off the board, and we get a live look at Mr. Gibson, one of the newest members of the Canton Classics. Nice little Peyton Manning jersey behind him, and he's showing off his muscles to everybody. All right, Brett Sorberg, why do we like Mr. Gibson?
Again, it's just another elite talent coming out of this SFLM system. He might not be the fastest player in this draft, but he's one of the faster talents, and he's got one of the best catching abilities as a receiver as well. And Gibson going into a Canton team that really is desperately trying to change up their offense. Let's go back to this past season where they were the only team this season to have 3 games of only scoring single-digit points in a game. So they're looking to shake things up offensively for sure. And again, 5th wide receiver, why not, right?
And after losing Kendra Hall, the more options you have, the better for your quarterback. And being a little bit of a shorter stature with Gibson will fit in real nicely in that 5th spot as more of that early speedy type of slot receiver, maybe cutting across the field as we see him time and time again here in the minor league and just here against the Cavalry back on in week 1. And quickly now over to Mike O'Neill, Andrew Gibson.
Yeah, man, 6 foot 185. He's for a 5th wide receiver. Moving into this new game, the smaller wide receivers, or the thinner wide receivers, I should say, speed is different on every build, right? So 6 foot 185 is going to be pretty fast with his speed rating. So I would definitely look for this guy to take the top off of some defenses this season at that 5th wide receiver.
So once again, congratulations to Andrew Gibson as we move on to the Denver Nightwings. They were certainly busy last night, Anthony Allison, making trade after trade. They have the most picks in tonight with I believe 7 picks tonight. And their first pick, it comes here at pick number 62. Like that 8 picks. Thank you, Brett.
Well, all those 8 picks, you got to start looking at piece by piece. Let's go on defense. They need to have defensive depth is really important. We have cornerbacks. We have some really good talent out there in cornerbacks right now. Latavius Gordon, like you have good lockdown corners that you can get. Like I said, you have 8 picks here. Take your time. Look at the ones you want right now. Maybe jump up ahead of teams if you feel like you can double down on stuff like that. But right now, let's try to focus on defensive stuff, but it's 1 pick at a time.
I got a chance to talk with this man now in the war room, Jeremy Vega, one of the owners over there in Denver. Really good conversations with him as he tries and builds the Denver Nightwings back up to being maybe a championship team. Already has 2 rings, looking to add a 3rd. And these couple of picks they had last night, Quintana and Cumbus, 2 solid selections. Brett, where do they go here with their 3rd pick?
And really, they could go anywhere. Taking off those 2 selections there, Denver's only coming back with 12 returning players from Denver there. So there is a ton of spots to fill. They got Quintana, they got Cumbus, they have their defense sort of set. They could go with another linebacker here, but I wouldn't be too surprised if they start on the offensive side of the field, especially after the string of wide receivers. They need a tight end. They don't have a tight end in their depth chart yet. This is where I would pick the tight end.
All right, over to Cam and Irvine. Do they go offense or defense? Cam will tell us.
With the 62nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select strong safety Strike Vader. The 63rd pick is Florida. You are on the clock.
No, Denver, he is your strong safety. Mr. Vader goes to the dark side, goes to the Nightwings. It's oddly and fitting that Strike Vader finds a home up in the Mile High City. Over to Mike O'Neill. Strike Vader gets to do his Vader impression over in Denver.
I mean, it's fitting with some of those uniforms, right? I think that the new look for Denver is going to be great. Now, Strike Vader, I mean, listen, 6 foot, 210. He's got good size, a little bit on the shorter side, but he makes up for it in his athleticism, speed, and agility. He's great. He's got great coverage. He's got good jumping. He's got good tackle. I mean, he's a really well-rounded, strong safety. Denver did a really good job with this pick. This is going to be a guy that can really be slotted in and like a plug and play immediately in season 21.
Anthony Ellison, strike baiter, comes off the board from strong safety. Another, a little breather between this wide receiver string that we've got going on. It's a welcome change of pace for us to talk about, but I'm sure a much needed spot for Denver as they continue to strengthen their defense.
And this is fantastic. We have all those picks. Now you can go back a little bit later and get somebody to pair with Strike. He is a ball hawk. He got 4 interceptions last season right there. So you get somebody to be his buddy. And now you talking about you have your back end cover for the next few years. You have him under contract right there. So this is a great start right there. So it just Denver with a lot of picks to keep it going.
So we go from one former champion to a three-peat former champion, Brett Solberg. And I quickly want to mention Mike Daggs. He was looking for the quickest QB around, and well, it remains to be seen that the quickest QB at the moment is Austin Blanco from the, I believe, San Jose Flight, yes, who is still on the board. But do we see our first backup quarterback in the SFL, Brett?
It's a potential, but I think Florida trusts too much in Ron Cochran, and he's already a speedy enough quarterback as it is heading in. He's one of the faster quarterbacks in this league, coming in with surprisingly his old legs still being fast here. But nonetheless, when you look back at the draft, they got another receiver in Giffis. That's another guy that I love as a wide receiver there, and they got Smith as well to kind of fill out that linebacking spot. I think the next pick here, since they already have now 5 receivers, there's no point in getting other receivers here. We're going corner here, and there's a lot of options, and I think you go with the top value here, and that's going to be Roy Towers.
And you touched on Giffis, another Minnesota connection. Giffis, of course, one of the few players in the minor league to put in a little bit about himself over on the new SFL website. You can go and check that out at simulationfl.net. Mike O'Neill got Smith, they got Giffis. Probably not going to try and upset Ron Cochran by getting an understudy for him, but where does Florida go here to try and rekindle some of that flame? They lost a couple of key pieces in the offseason as we transition from season 20 to 21. Where are some more holes that need plugging?
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's many holes that actually need plugging for Florida. They're a pretty well-rounded team looking at it. But, you could always go depth here. I mean, that's the trend, and that's where we're heading when this new era of the SFL. In my opinion, I think that they pair up another linebacker with Jesus Smith. I think that they bring in somebody like Wolf Highwind or Mo Jontana that can help shore up that. I mean, you always want depth at the linebacker position with guys moving in and out.
Either name would be a great pick. Sorry to cut you off there, Mike, as the pick is in for the Storm. Over to the SFL Commissioner, Cameron Irvine.
With the 63rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Florida Storm select free safety Roscoe Jenkins. Charleston is on the clock with pick number 64.
Roscoe Jenkins goes off the board, so we go from wide receiver to defensive back in a hurry. 2 back-to-back, and that's 3 DBs off the board, Anthony Ellison.
Yep, and this is what we're going to see. This is going to be the run of defensive players right there. You got yourself somebody who has a nose for the ball, somebody that's going to go after it, get tackles. I love safeties that will step up in the line, be a 4th linebacker, and make those tackles when it's very important. But defense wins championship. Regardless, I know you got to score points, but the fact is, if you can have a good defensive backing, if you have depth on the defensive line, it's going to be really tough for you.
Absolutely. Brett, now over to you. Roscoe Jenkins, another solid pick for Florida to just solidify the defensive backfield, maybe bring him down as a nickel or dime back just to just solidify, because you can build depth down here in the SFL.
Yeah, and Jenkins is going to be that that prospect that may be a diamond in the rough kind of thing, but right now he's kind of that lump of coal that Florida needs to etch out of him, because right now he's got the speed, but he doesn't have elite coverage yet. Yeah, he needs better ability to wrap a receiver down for a tackle here. It's going to take him some time before he becomes that elite starter. But starting in Florida isn't a bad spot for a guy like Roscoe Jenkins.
Learning from Mighty is obviously Mighty because he is a fantastic coach, player, and person to work under over there in Florida. Mike O'Neill, over to you. We talk about some of these selections being more character picks, but we see a lot of these character picks stay for a long, long time to come. And real quickly, Charleston back on the clock here, their second pick here in this round. Where are they going?
Yeah, I said it before. I'm going to just keep my same pick. I think that they go fifth wide receiver. I mean, we've already seen it 3 or 4 times just today alone. You know, teams adding a fifth wide receiver. I think Charleston gets a fifth wide receiver here. And I think with Zorro Lunar on the board, considering Zorro's, the value, I mean, 6'4", 220, who doesn't want a receiver of that size and stature to add, if you're picking him up in the third round, like that is a win, a steal for a wide receiver.
They went with a strong safety in Incognito. Who else will join Incognito in Charleston? Cam?
I need a Brett Solberg, Mike O'Neill fight at the convention. It looks very contentious with the pick opinions here. All right, the unpredictable draft of the SFL Season 21 continues with the 64th pick in the SFL rookie draft. The Charleston Predators select inside linebacker Mo John Tana. Arizona is on the clock with the 65th pick.
Mo John Tana goes off the board. Linebacker for Charleston, and they have had a couple of big name linebackers previously. Brett, let's go to you for this one.
And this one isn't because of, a roster need or anything like that. A hidden fact from all this is that Mo John Tana is actually the brother of Guy Incognito. So it's a brother and brother pick for Charleston to go back to back. And when I saw that the picks were close together, and once that Incognito pick was made, there was only one guy that I had in mind. Pick his brother, Mo John Tana, and that is another great pick for Charleston. Have those two brothers play together is going to be a big thing, a big chemistry builder for Charleston as well, for a team that's trying to get back into the playoffs here. Fantastic pick from Charleston.
And it's a quite interesting pick as well because, of course, the standout middle linebacker for so many seasons is Jack Brown over there in Charleston. Anthony Ellison, is this more of a statement of intent for Charleston as they maybe go to a 3-4 look?
With that, yes, when you go to a 3-4 look, you need, Mo John, he played outside linebacker. But when you're talking about a legendary linebacker, he can learn from him. That's really important. But if a 3-4, you need linebackers. You need linebackers who can put their hands down the ground and rush. But you also need linebackers who can drop in coverage and cover the tight end. So when you're in a 3-4, you want more linebackers. The more the merrier. That's good for the depth. But you also can learn from the players on the roster right now. So this is really good for them to get somebody early.
Well, it's not the face we expected for Arizona. It was Mr. Arizona Everything, Eddie Gage, in the war room last night. Tonight, it's Nathaniel Diggs calling the shots for Arizona. So where do they go in the desert, Mike O'Neill? They picked up Leclerc, the tight end, and Arlovsky, a wide receiver, 2 offensive needs. Now they try and maybe solidify the special teams unit maybe, or are they the team that picks up the second punter of the night?
I really think that they could take a second punter, or I think they could take a punter here. And I think that, with the ones that we've got on the board, I'm trying to pull them up here on my screen. We've still got a couple punters on the board. Why not take one? You're talking in the third round, the 65th pick. At the end of the day, this is a great way to shore up your special teams, which is going to be a really important thing. Like Anthony was touching on earlier, you want to be able to pin your opponents back deep, and that takes a lot of pressure off of your defense, to not be in short yardage, drives. So I think the Arizona really could go punter here.
Okay, Brett, over to you as Arizona continues to deliberate. We saw Diggs talking with possibly this pick. So real quickly, your prediction.
I think O'Neill is in the right direction again, despite, me disagreeing with, his Charleston prediction here this time. I think he's in the right mindset here. Punter's a great way to go. We talked about him earlier, Victor Ironleg, and Victor Ironleg is very much an Eddie Gage approved name as it is, if you've seen his roster outlook before. So it just seems like it would be the right choice here. I'm going Victor Ironleg.
Okay, over to the SFL commissioner for Arizona's pick.
Shout out Quadzilla in the chat. Is this like a full-blown thing? 10 years late, buddy. Welcome to the party. With the 65th pick in the Season 21 SFL Rookie Draft, the Arizona Scorpions select cornerback Zachary Hamburger. Sioux Falls is on the clock with the 66th pick. Welcome, Quadzilla, with open arms in the chat, everybody.
That pick kind of makes me a little hungry, Zachary Hamburger. Well, okay, Brett, thank you very much. That's the wrong type of hamburger in this case with Anthony Ellison. Zachary Hamburger has made a few spectacular plays, especially in this last championship game.
Hey, I really do. I love the pick. I love the name and everything like that. Hopefully, he can bring the those talents right there to Arizona to help the defense. Once again, this is what you need. You need cornerbacks. You need to make sure your defense can make that stop when it's very important. Made a play last year in his team, and it's very important. Maybe Arizona got excited about that. Said, hey, we want Hamburger on our team. So you know what? Maybe he can put some cheese on and get some interceptions. You know, have a good one. I like it.
There we go. A little hamburger helper for the Arizona Scorpions. Now over to Mike O'Neill. The Sioux Falls Sparrows are always a tough nut to crack. Always a enigma in terms of their draft strategy from a lot of players and a lot of coaches, a lot of GMs were thinking they were going one way last night, and they go ahead and pick a punter with a couple of linebacker needs still on the board. Only still have one linebacker contracted on their roster. You would think they would go linebacker here.
Yeah, you got to go linebacker here. I mean, unless now here's the wrench in everything because of this new era and because of the possibilities. Are we seeing our first team that's going to divert to using more defensive backs filled in for linebackers? Right? Is it something where they're loading up on defensive backs to put in place for the linebackers? We don't know. But yeah, everything tells me they go linebacker here. I mean, you've got some really, really good names still on the board here. Al-Farouq Aminu is the one that jumps off the page to me. And I think that Sioux Falls really needs to shore up that linebacking core.
Okay. A couple of hellos. We already said hello to Quadzilla over there. Wheels Up Podcast, Keith Wheeler. Welcome into the program. Welcome to the Simulation Football League, a 4K23, a modern version of ESPN Football League. And every single name you hear tonight is real. Every single name you hear is a person behind a player, and Sioux Falls gets to reveal their next player for the Sparrows in South Dakota. Cam, over to you.
Thank you, Tyler. With the 66th pick in the SFL Season 21 Rookie Draft, the Sioux Falls Sparrows select linebacker Stuart Gotts. The 67th pick is DC. You are on the clock.
So they do pick a linebacker, and Stuart Gotts is a good one. Brett, over to you.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be one of those project players here for Sioux Falls. Incredible speed from Stuart Gotts for a guy who is 6'3" and packing 255 on himself. But the issue with him is that he doesn't have that elite pass rush ability. It's getting there, and it was improving over the season, but his ability to tackle offensive players and his pass rushing ability is just not quite there yet. So Sioux Falls, you've gotten a great guy in Stuart Gotts here, but it might take him some time before he becomes the elite of the elite.
And Anthony Ellison, after a whole bunch of offensive players, namely wide receivers, it's becoming more defensive-minded for these GMs and owners and coaches to stay maybe true to themselves in a regard. And Sioux Falls, a very good defensive-minded team. Also, the DC Dragons, who are now on the clock, also very good defensively-minded folks over there. Where do they go with this next pick?
It for to be a defensive minded thing, you saw the draft, the first 2-3 rounds, wide receivers have been going off the board. If you're a defensive mindset, if you're a defensive minded coach, you want more defense. You can't have enough defense. Like Mike was saying, you can take cornerbacks, you can put them in linebackers, you can put them in situations they can rush off the edge. Corner blitzes, nickel blitzes are very important as well. So you keep on building your defense because this league is trying to turn to a more pass-happy offense. So you need cornerbacks out there. You just need plenty of them.
And that's this dual-edged sword, right? With the increased depth, you get a lot more offensive availability and a lot more offensive depth, but you also have to keep in mind the defensive depth to stop these impactful offenses. And DC has their next pick in over to the commissioner.
With the 67th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the DC Dragons select defensive end Evan Miller. The Houston Headhunters are on the clock with the 68th pick.
The defense picks come in, and they keep on coming. It's a defensive end, Mike O'Neill. Not a whole lot of defensive ends picked in the first 2 rounds, but now they get to see them come off the board.
Yeah, and Evan Miller is a great pick for them. 6'3", 260 pounds coming off, so great size for a defensive end. Got really, really good speed, among the highest. Really good agility, so he's really agile. Is going to be able to get to the quarterback pretty quickly. The stamina is good, strength's good. I mean, he's well rounded. So at the end of the day, DC really just secured a great defensive end for the future for that DC franchise.
Member of the Albuquerque Adams. Former back-to-back champion Albuquerque Adams you can see he's able to solidify the edge Brett Solberg.
Yeah, and when you think of just like his frame himself, you think of like a young Julius Peppers, that kind of guy who's a little bit thinner, but he can blast himself through that first level and get himself open. And Evan Miller is going to be another project guy for DC this time, because he has to play behind Jose Fuentes and John Gary, two guys who may not be fast on that perspective, but they are hard-hitting defensive ends. So it might be, every once in a while we see a more speedy defensive end coming in Evan Miller every now and again on set plays, especially on third downs.
We saw, especially on that last play from Evan Miller, be able to not only contain the edge in the rushing game, but also contain the edge in a little bit of the passing game. We don't often see defensive ends get their hand up, especially here in the last couple seasons of the minor league, but it's always a welcome sight to see that out of a young player. And now as we move on to the H-Town, the Houston Headhunters, who got this pick from Louisiana. This is pick number 68 of 108 selections here tonight. Every selection made by a real person, every person coming off the board, a real person. For those just joining us, not necessarily as experienced as us here on the panel or us in general, but that is what happens here. Especially as we take a look at this draft room, you can see all the owners, you can see all the coaches, and you can see Mr. MSG, Mike St. Green, along with Damon Simeon, Justin Reside, Mike Daggs is over there, Cornman, Zach Holdorf, Nicholas Daggs, of course, is in there. Whole lot of team owners, GMs, coaches in there, all looking forward to making their next selection here in this draft. And we go back to Mike St. Green's Houston Headhunters. A little bit of a rocky season last season, Brett Solberg, but where do they turn it around? They got Josh Slapp. They now have a very dynamic duo of halfbacks. Where do they build on from there?
Yeah, scary halfback set that has GP Wells and now Josh Slapp in, who is one of the higher valued running backs coming into this draft here. But there's still a glaring hole that I see at this point. People are getting their fourth corners here, and Houston only has 2 on their depth chart right now. So they need to get corner at this point. And I'll say his name again. He's the highest valued corner left in this pool. It's Roy Towers from Ottawa.
So Roy Towers is a name you've been mentioning a lot. Anthony Ellison, do you also? Well, we already know Mike's opinion on that regard. He doesn't like the pick. But Anthony Ellison, who are you siding with? Are you going to break the deadlock, or are you going to stay out of it?
Oh, I'm staying out of it because I really think they should go for a tight end. Look for somebody who can stretch the field. Like I mean, nothing wrong with it. Like we're talking about adding depth. Nothing wrong with getting another tight end, getting a big target over the middle. Got to remember, a quarterback's best friend is a tight end. They can give you those secure first downs and everything. So I'm gonna go a little bit off of everything else. And I'm gonna say tight end.
And just real quickly, of course, we want to welcome everyone joining us in the chat, whether you're first time or long time. Rochelle Colson's in there, Guy Clausen. Of course, we said hello to Quadzilla. And I might be ribbing you a little bit too much, Quadzilla, but that is because I am a Skolger myself, Skol. And so I have to give you a little bit of a ribbon here and there. Fox Highwind saying hello amongst others. Mike Daggs is in there as well. So many people joining us tonight. I don't have the actual number in front of me, but welcome to all of you, whether or not you're listening to us live or on playback. As we go over to Houston, their pick is in. Back over to the Commissioner Cameron Irvine at SFL headquarters.
Thank you, Tyler. With the 68th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Houston Headhunters select strong safety Al Ingram III. 69th pick is Los Angeles. You are on the clock.
So Al Ingram III, another defensive back comes off the board. Another strong safety, or another safety in general. That is now 4 on my tally here in round number 3. We're going to say hello on camera to Al Ingram III. He's pretty happy to be over there in Houston. Mike, take us through the strong safety.
I'm not mad at this pick. I'm not mad at this pick at all. I think that I would have gone Judo, but I think Al Ingram III comes in 6'2", 205 pounds, a great safety for Houston, a really good way to shore up the back end of that defense. Really good speed. Could be work on agility a little bit. I think that's somewhere that he could progress going forward, but I think that this is a solid pick for Houston, somebody that comes in and really immediately provides some relief to that really thin defensive back room.
And it's back-to-back Adams coming off the boards. We take a look at some of his highlights from this past season. He's able to just get his hand in there and really stop plays from ever developing. Brett, that is a key attribute to have, a key characteristic to have here in the SFL.
Yeah, it's a big attribute to have here, and I'm thinking to myself here, you know what, another defensive back isn't bad here, and you can maybe split around having Al Ingram play that that nickel or dime corner spot as well with it, because again, I have to stress to the fact you only have 2 cornerbacks on the depth chart. Who's gonna guard the Justice Blackwells of the SFL? And Al Ingram is gonna have things that big shoes to fill against these top wide receivers. Still a good pick nonetheless for Houston.
He's able to not just disrupt passes, but also lay the lumber in that regards. He took down Vakarian there at the final play. Shepard Vakarian went off earlier in the draft. I'm trying to remember exactly where he went. He went to Jacksonville, pick number 24, to the Kings. So 2 players from that play, amongst others, off the board and on teams. Latest one being Al Ingram III, now in Houston. As we go from Texas over to California, the Los Angeles Lycans, who received this pick via Mexico City, via Alamo City, and it's Los Angeles, not a city, but just Los Angeles. Anthony Ellison, who are now on the clock here with pick number 69. Nice. As we continue to move through round number 3.
Definitely beef up your defensive line. I do like Gideon from Ottawa, looking to add some more youth, some more explosiveness to the defensive line right there. This is the league that you got to go after the quarterback. So I can see some defensive line help.
As Los Angeles continues to ponder what they will be going with, Mike O'Neill, over to you. This, I believe, is their final pick at the moment. With all the trades going around it, we can no longer say this is their final pick, because they could very well trade back into this draft.
That's accurate. That is it's pretty accurate. Now it's such a crazy thing now that we can trade draft picks, and it's really creates for a lot of great storylines on draft day. But as far as Los Angeles is going, I really think that they go D-line here, either D-line or linebacker that can shift into it, somebody a little bit more versatile. Wolf Highwind obviously has got some good pass rush abilities. I think that realistically, I would say Wolf Highland or Evan Miller would be good for them.
Okay, Brett, over to you. They had a pretty good first 2 rounds. Nicole, the offensive tackle, Iniguez, the first wide receiver that ever got drafted in this draft, and of course Jimmy Foster from Madison, their last pick here with their 4th pick. Again, there's no more offensive linemen or true offensive linemen left on the board, but there's always room for a punter, or they could go maybe grab another linebacker or tight end. That's where we see them going. Do you have maybe an unpredictable route where the Lycans would go?
Not unpredictable this time. It was an offensive night 1 for Los Angeles. It's going to be defensive night 2 for them. And again, got to agree with Mike O'Neill here. I think they're going to go linebacker here. This could be a spot where a guy like Al Farouk Aminu kind of goes off the board here, and we're seeing multiple inside linebackers getting taken, and Aminu could be one of those guys, and potentially Wolf Highwind as well. That's another guy got on the list here, because linebackers are starting to be gone here. Stuart Goss was the last linebacker pick, if I'm not mistaken here, so linebacker could be the choice for the Lycans.
You've heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. Brett Solberg agreeing with Mike O'Neill. What is this world coming to as the pick comes in from LA with number 69?
With the 69th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Los Angeles Lycans select free safety Devontae Moore. San Diego's on the clock with the 70th pick.
So it is a free safety. Brett is a little skeptical. Anthony Ellison, over to you. Not a very skeptical pick. Wow. Words are hard. Devontae Moore, Anthony Ellison.
Yes, this is a defensive night. We knew this was coming about. This was happening. 2 interceptions for the season. Loves to tackle. Loves to do like the point of attack tackling right there. So once again, this might be a situation where you use them strong safety, but you also use them at linebacker. It's one of those like a thumper type of situation, but defense is it's going to be the key for this one. So I like this pick.
So I don't know whether or not, Brett, we got to go back to you here for this one. Was it because maybe you and Andy were eyeing up Devontae Moore for Vancouver, or it just threw you for a loop?
It threw me more for a loop, because Devontae Moore, he's a nice guy and everything like that, but now that gives Los Angeles 3 free safeties in their depth chart. Where does Devontae Moore slip in the lineup at all? I know that they only have 1 strong safety on that board, but it's a little confusing on my end, because they already have their 2 strong safeties that they really need, and their 2 elite strong free safeties in Rochelle Colston and Ryan Proster. So why go for a 3rd free safety? I need a little explanation on this.
Well, over to Mike O'Neill now as San Diego joins the fray. They had a couple of solid moves in the offseason. They continue to make moves here in the draft, and let's hear it from the head coach's mouth, though, so to speak. Let's see just an overview of where you guys might be going.
You want me to give away my tells?
Yes,
Yes, we all do.
Yes.
I'm not giving away nothing. My lips are sealed. I'm not giving
pick,
anything.
Howard.
No.
Tell us your pick.
We're gonna no. We're gonna go at the best available player, and we'll see what happens. You get a look here at Mr. Cornman himself, Holdorf. He does a great job, and honestly, we're happy with the guys that we've got. But I just want to go back to Devontae Moore really quick. I think that this is a great pick. I know Brett was kind of curious because 3 free safeties. Well, look, with the speed that Devontae Moore has, I mean, this is somebody that you could slot in to rush the passer. We saw it in the combine with Meliadus Manning, with rushing the passer. And this is something that, I mean, look, teams are going to be doing it. You might as well start the trend. And I think that that's what we're going to see here.
Okay, Anthony Ellison, thank you, Mike O'Neill, for giving us a brief insight into San Diego's mindset at the moment. Anthony, over to you. They got Carmichael. They got McWaffle, another fantastic name, off the board. Where are they headed? Where do you think we're headed? From maybe an insider look to maybe the rest of us looking from the outside looking in.
Just for football things. So you looking at it, you got teams with 4 or 5 wide receivers. They do like to run the 4 to the left, 1 split out to the right, the 5 wide set. you need cornerbacks. So there are dime situations where you have 3 safeties out there, 2 over the top like traditional, and 1 that's going to play that robber, is going to play that middle, that can blitz, that can pick up that tight end, that can do everything, the jack of all trades. So you're going to need bodies out there. You're going to have to mix it up there. That extra safety can come down and blitz, and it can cause a lot of confusion for quarterbacks right there. So we're talking about a defense that's probably going to do some different varieties of stuff. He can play nickel as well. So that's just a versatility, a jack of all trades on defense for them.
We've seen 8 straight defensive players come off the board in a row, Brett. Not a whole lot of love for the offense at this time. And so it's been a complete flip from the first half of this round to now, as San Diego ticks to about a minute to go. Quickly give us your thoughts on San Diego.
I think there's 3 directions that San Diego could go. They could go with another linebacker, and just like other teams are going with, and we name the 2 that we've talked about already: Al Farouk Aminu and Wolf Highwind. Wolf Highwind, I think, would be a perfect fit for an organization like San Diego. They could go with another safety that we've seen here before and continue with that. Add to Carmichael, get that second free safety, that blitzing free safety that's potentially available. But we saw the trend early in the 3rd round here. 5th wide receivers are becoming an option here, so we might see another receiver get off this list here. And Mike O'Neill said it earlier, a guy like Zorro Lunar, potentially Chris Sunseri. I haven't heard his name yet be mentioned here. He's a name that I've heard talked to a couple teams already. And again, talk about high value, Himothy Mossam King still on the board.
San Diego ticks down the last few seconds. Maybe they've got their pick and maybe they don't. We'll find out here soon. But more breaking news as these first couple of rounders get their contracts in. Chris Grant Jr. gets handsomely paid $3.9 million, Mike O'Neill. That's a massive contract for anyone, let alone a rookie running back. Take us through it.
Did he just get the highest paid contract in the league as a running back?
I think that's what just happened.
Yep.
Wow. Good for you, CGJ. Oh, my gosh. That's amazing. That is unreal. It's funny. I think that he was a little mad because, like, in the combine, Hunter McWaffle stole a touchdown from him. He fumbled the ball, and Hunter McWaffle caught it. And so he went into that that front office, and he said, listen, I need to get paid. I'm demanding this money up front, guaranteed money. I don't want any extra bonuses or anything like that. Give me the money up front, and I will make you the best running team in the league. Props to the young man for that a great contract.
It shatters Brad Jones's current best contract by nearly $700,000 SFL dollars. Incredible. But we go back to the draft. San Diego, do they have a $3.9 million pick? Cam, back to you.
With the 70th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the San Diego Mavericks select linebacker Al Farouk Aminu. The 71st pick is Las Vegas. You're on the clock.
And there he is. Al Farouk Aminu goes off the board. Brett Solberg, we were talking about him all night. He was a solid guy in the minors. How well will he translate to the majors?
Now, a former NBA player name in Al Farouk Aminu, one of those, reliable options on the wing for many teams in the NBA here. But now we're going to transition that name to the simulation football world here and get Aminu started. And again, we're starting to see this trend going with these linebackers. You're seeing those, second, third, fourth options for linebacker be taken, and now here we are, another pick in a 4th linebacker being taken for San Diego here, just shoring up that defense. Another great pick here from the Mavs.
Anthony Ellison, over to you on Al Farouk Aminu. A solid pick here for San Diego. That defense for the Mavs looks even day by day, pick by pick, it looks even more dangerous.
So a key stat that I like to look at is assisted tackles. That means that you're around the football and then you're going to be there for your other team. And he's coming off of 34 tackles, 15 assisted tackles. That means that he's around the ball. He loves to be around it, hug everybody, take everybody down, have the forced fumble The fact that you want somebody like that, you can put them on special teams right from the start, and then you can put them in for defensive plays because that type of person wants to be around the ball, period. So that's a fantastic pick.
All right, Mike, I saved the best for last. Tell us why you guys picked him, Minnow.
Man, listen, this is, for one, we had this guy high on our draft board, right? And the fact that he fell into the third round is pretty unbelievable. I mean, you look at the ratings, you look at like the value of this player. I mean, we're talking about one of the best pass rushing abilities in the minor leagues at linebacker position, let alone the fact that he is built like a defensive end, but he has the speed of a linebacker. So all I'm saying, he's a great versatile pick that's really going to help shore up our defense, and we couldn't be happier to have him on our defense.
So we go from San Diego over to Nevada real quick. Brett Solberg, the pick is already in, but give us your thoughts. They already went fullback and they went linebacker. They go maybe for the defensive line now.
It might be defensive line here just because, a lot of teams have that second defensive tackle at this point, and Las Vegas doesn't have that one yet. Just looking at who's available left, just from that list here, not really a lot left to pick on when it comes to defensive linemen. I think Theodore Rocker might be, the biggest name I can see out there. So there is a potential where they go with another defensive back here, whether it be corner or safety.
And so now we head back to SFL headquarters. Cameron Irvine has the Fury selection.
With the 71st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Las Vegas Fury select wide receiver Jacob Morrison. Denver's on the clock with the 72nd pick.
And so the defensive streak ends, and we get another wide receiver to buck the trend. Anthony, Big Ant, take us through Jacob Morrison.
Good target right there. 637 yards last season, 4 scores. Got some breakaway speed, 74-yard reception. The longest, second longest for the team right there. Once again, if we're talking about a league that's going for 4 to 5 wide receivers, why not load up with somebody who can be explosive that can stretch the field for your team?
And over to you, Mike, as his days in the flight end, he goes from one bird to another. He goes from maybe a eagle to a phoenix. Will he rise like a phoenix in Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, I think that looking at Vegas is a perfect slot for him. Looking at Jacob Morrison, I mean, 6'3", 200 pounds, really, really good speed, super good top end speed, not super agile, so he's not going to be somebody that's going to be running pretty intricate routes. He's going to be somebody that's going to be taking the top off of defense. He's a north to south route runner, and I think that Las Vegas has got the personnel to get him the ball, over the top of the defense. And so that's where I think Las Vegas is going here. They're trying to, relive the former high-powered offense that was the Las Vegas Fury.
And as we move on, we've talked about a whole lot of birds tonight, the Flight, the Fury, and now we talk about the Nightwings again, who took care of business a couple of picks ago, 1 of 8, now 2 of their 8 picks here tonight. They striked Vader at the strong safety spot. We take a live look inside the Denver War Room, a.k.a. Jeremy Vega's room, as he decides where pick number 72 will go. Brett Solberg, they got this pick from Indianapolis, where they've got a lot of holes, and they have to get to 23 rostered players by the time we hit week 1. Where are they headed? Which hole, which need do Denver go with this time?
And again, it's coming from Denver, where they need to fill a ton of spots here. And looking back, linebackers are starting to go. There was a big string of linebackers that went through here. They've only got 2 linebackers at this point, with Quintana in the second round, as well as Stephon Forge, a returnee. This wouldn't be a bad spot to get a third linebacker. But you also have to look at, the offensive side as well. Again, we're talking about wide receivers, getting picked left and right at this point, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to go with that 4th receiver, or potentially go with the tight end that they still need at this point. They don't have a tight end on that system. So it's either wide receiver, linebacker, or tight end for me.
Okay, Anthony Ellison, lots of needs, lots of spaces, and honestly, at this point, Anthony, they could really go anywhere, but it's some of these positions that we're seeing a lot of teams go with. We've seen another wide receiver come off the board. We saw a lot of DBs come off the board. They already grabbed their strong safety, so that's no longer maybe an immediate concern for now. But where do they, in which direction are they headed if you're in Jeremy Vega's shoes?
You want quality over quantity. You want the best player on the board, and you want the player that's going to fit your need. I would go and dip into the cornerbacks. I would look at Juju Bidu, Tavius Gordon, Nick Twice. Like I will go into those corners and double down. I know you need a linebacker, but maybe you can. Once again, we talked about Vader maybe can play linebacker in certain situations in the nickel one, but you need to find the best player on the board, quality picks, but maybe go into the cornerback round.
So many options, so little time now left in this draft as we head back to the commissioner, Cameron Irvine, with Denver's second pick of the night.
With the 72nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select defensive tackle Brenda Puff. Vancouver's on the clock with the 73rd pick.
Brenda Puff gets their name called tonight. They reached out to me earlier, said, I'm not on that off-season hub. I'm a player too. I need to be drafted. And Denver says, yeah, all right, we'll take you, Brenda Puff. Mike O'Neill, another defensive tackle, as now we get to see a whole bunch of defensive linemen come off the board. What stands out to you most about Brenda?
Well, 6'7", 325. That's really all I have to say. 6'7", 325, and has elite pass rushing abilities at the defensive tackle position. The funny thing is, even though big-bodied defensive tackle, she doesn't really have. She's not really going to be a run stopper. She hasn't invested heavily into run coverage. That's something that can be, progressed later on. But I think for right now, you're talking about a pure pass rusher out of the defensive tackle spot. And I think it's wise because you know what they say, pass rush and coverage go hand in hand. So Denver needs as much help as they can to help take a little bit of pressure off the defensive backs, against opposing offenses. I think this is a great pick for Denver.
Triple B, big body bullies are needed on defensive line, and Brenda certainly fits the bill. As we go to Anthony Ellison now, as we go to Vancouver, as we see Mr. Brett Solberg trying to maybe make a call. We see the war room up in Canada. Andrew Hamilton, the owner, or one of the owners of Vancouver, he looks over what he needs, what Vancouver needs. Where are they headed, Anthony?
I think going back to the defensive side, safety. Get yourself another one. It doesn't hurt to double down, dip in as many as you can. I will look for finding somebody who can be that center fielder for you for your defense. So I will be looking at safety right now.
So a few safeties left on the board: Melodious Manning, J.J. Bailey, Tino Sosa, big name still on the board, Vernon Brothers, Maurice Peterson, to name a few. Brett, are you going to give us an inside look at what Vancouver's doing?
Yeah, come on, Brett.
Yeah,
we're picking a player that is on the draft pool and is available to us at the 73rd pick. That's as far as I'm going to go with that.
That's one of the most corporate answers I have ever heard. Mike O'Neill, let's try and break down the stoicism, the crypticness of Vancouver's next pick.
Yeah, I think here, okay, this is a left field. This is going to be a left field suggestion. If I were Vancouver, knowing who is in that division and knowing what quarterback just got drafted into that division, I would go, I know they need a linebacker, but I would go a safety, somebody faster that can kind of play into that linebacker position. I'm looking at, a player like either Melodious Manning, right? Somebody who's super fast that can rush the passer. I mean, they're going to need some help with type attack on the outside, in Seattle. a mobile quarterback that's going to be able to take off and run, you need some fast players on the defensive side of the ball. My left field pick would be Meliadus Manning, the safety, goes to Vancouver and is used as a chess piece to be able to rush the passer. I think that Andy Hamilton could do some great things with a player like that.
And I don't think Anthony Hamilton was being serious. I think there was a whole lot of sarcasm because he is on the clock and his pick is in over the SFL commissioner.
With the 73rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select wide receiver Zorro Lunar. The 74th pick is Indianapolis. You're on the clock.
All right, I think that was you, Brett, who kept mentioning Zorro Lunar. It was just this throw. No, was it you? It was either Mike or Brett. I can't remember. It was Mike. Okay, Brett, let's go to you, Zorro Lunar. Were you taking hints and cues off of your fellow panelists, or did you guys see Zorro for a long way out?
So we actually had Zorro Lunar, in a small bunch of receivers that we wanted either in the second or the third round. If it wasn't for Logan Lee falling to us in such a spot there, we might have gone wide receiver. Seeing that the field that we had left for wide receivers, we were hoping that one good one would fall to us. And Zorro Lunar was still on that top of the list for quite a while there. And again, it feels like, another player landing into our lap here. And Zorro Lunar is just going to add to our wide receiver core. That's the big thing. Another big frame at 6'4". He's going to fill in nicely. We lost Hector Huxley, unfortunately, due to free agency. He hasn't signed anywhere quite yet. So it might be, outs for him for sure. But, filling in, we need that fourth receiver. And Zorro comes in. He's a great spot. He's a great guy.
And as we move on to my neck of the woods, and in full disclosure from us over in Indy, we were not expecting to be back in this draft. We'd gotten our two linebackers, we gotten Kenneth Gaston Jr. and Noah Davis yesterday, but now we're back on the clock, and it's now we have a chance, because right now we thought we were pretty good solidity wise. We have a really good core. And now we basically get to pick out candy like we're kids at a candy store. So I'm going to let the gentleman here talk and see where we're going, because Indianapolis is just about ready to submit our pick. So let's go over to Mike O'Neill for this one.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to let you finish, Tyler, but Brett Solberg had one of the best picks of the Season 21 draft. Okay, listen. Zorro Lunar, I just have to ask you, Brett, were you sweating every time I brought up that name? Like, were you like kind of panicking?
Not at all.
You're like, stop talking. No.
We had backup options. If Zorro was gone, we had backup options, but we're so happy to have him on this team. He's one of the best receivers in this draft for sure. There's no doubt about it.
Totally agree with you. Congrats to Vancouver. Going on to Indy, I listen, I said it before, but I think really a safety or a free safety, strong safety or free safety, there's a lot of names still on this board here. Or corner. You could even get a corner that comes in. I mean, realistically, Indianapolis has got to go defense here.
Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
I'm going to throw some out there. I am. Iron Leg. We've been talking about Iron Leg for a hot minute right here that can kick and punch. Hey, special teams is very important in the game right there. It's all about its field position. So if you can get somebody who can boot it and then give you 3 points as well, look, never know.
All right. I know who we got. I'm pretty happy with this pick. Cameron Irvine gets to announce it.
With a 74th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Indianapolis Ramblers select strong safety Meliodas Manning. Have you seen his combine tape? 75th pick is Alamo City. You're on the clock.
Melodious Manning is going to tear up offensive backfields and deny passes left, right, and center. Melodious Manning is the next member of the Indianapolis Ramblers. On to Brett Solberg. Let's talk about Melodious Manning, because all I can do is just gush about how good this player is going to be.
And he's going to be fantastic for Indy. He's got elite speed. He's one of the agile safeties in this draft here. You know, he's a workhorse. He's got incredible coverage. He's got incredible jump. Another great steal of a pick here, Mr. Falk and Mr. Rowland here coming from Indianapolis. You know, I was hoping it might have been Victor Ironleg because, you know, you think of the Ramblers logo, you see the running motors on there, and what does it include? Iron. So it'd be the iron leg. It just makes the most sense out of it. But getting Melias Manning here, just another great pick here. He's going to slide into that lineup, no issue whatsoever.
Anthony, back to you. Manning struck safety, had a fantastic combine, as Cam mentioned. That's one of the reasons why when we got back into this draft, we were looking at a few other players, but we kept bringing up Manning, especially as it just kept on getting later here in round 3. Take us through Manning once more.
This is going to be very exciting for me to call. I'm excited to see all these rookies in action. And the fact is you got a combine warrior, you got somebody who loves to be the center of attention. Get those interceptions right there. I'm really excited to see all of them play, but this is going to be very interesting. Fantastic pick, and I'm excited for y'all. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And we now have a 5th member of the panelists as Buck says hello. This is the first time. I don't know how often. This is a quite rare feat for Buck to come in while I'm broadcasting and be live on camera. So Buck says hello, and we go over to Alamo City real quick here, Mike O'Neill. Buck really can't say anything, but what do you think Buck would say if he were to talk about Alamo City?
I think maybe draft a punter. I think draft a punter. I think that's what Buck would say.
Okay. You like that? No? All right, we'll see here in a little bit. What does Cameron Irvine have to say?
That cat is like a parrot. That's what I have to say. What's he balancing on? Just your arm? It's crazy.
Yep.
What's going on? Expecting him to start talking here soon. With the 75th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Alamo City Artillery select free safety Willie Bands. Las Vegas has the 76th pick. You are on the clock.
Willie Bands gets off the board. Another safety comes off the draft board and then heads to Texas and to San Antonio to take a look at the draft board once more. As Mr. Bo Martin Jr. really likes talking to people, and especially people who he's drafted, and he's pretty happy with Willie Bands, Brett.
Yeah, and that's another bigger frame here, 6'1", 200 pounds, great coverage guy. He's not going to tackle defenders, but he's going to make sure that that football doesn't get in the hands of receivers on those deep routes. So Willie Bands is going to be another great player in that set for Alamo City to really prevent any air raid attacks from happening in their division.
Anthony Ellison, Alamo City, the Artillery, they're more often or not they pride themselves on a couple of big, strikes in the passing game with the ace to deuce connection, of course. But they are slowly but surely, and of course, they've been one of the best defensive teams the last couple of seasons. They just continue to add depth and strength with defense here with Willie Bands joining the fray.
And that's very important because eventually you're going to want them to step up in bigger roles later on in the season. Maybe you don't pay some of your players because you got some young ones that can come up and can take over. So it's good to add depth because if you don't know what injuries, you don't know what can happen in any offseason. It's good to have as much as you can for backup.
Absolutely. All right. Las Vegas, the Fury are back on the clock. They took Morrison earlier tonight, just a few picks ago with pick number 71. They're back here 5 picks later on pick number 76. They've got a few more picks left in this round, but they can honestly go a couple of different places. Where do you see the Fury going?
I think it goes defensive line. I think you got to go defensive line here. There's still some really good players on the defensive line here, just to name Evan Miller, Brookie Burr, Crum Gedden, Theodore Rocker. I mean, there's really, really options here, and we're getting a little thin. So if you see a run on defensive line here within the next 10, 15 picks, I mean, I would go ahead and take him now. I would take if you're planning on getting a defensive tackle in this draft, go ahead and secure it now.
All right, Brett Solberg. The Fury have a few different options to go, and of course, defensive back is one of the ways to go. They've already got another wide receiver. Do they have room for maybe another offensive player?
You never know. There could be an option. There's still one running back left in the draft pool here, and it's Willie Smoke, and he's very much a project running back. There is that potential that they could take a second running back and kind of use him as a project player for, if not this coming season, next season as well. Just throwing that out there. I'm doubtful that they'll actually go that route there, but now we're really getting to the point. Las Vegas really, to me, has a complete roster at this point. I think really the only other selection I would take is whatever defensive tackle you can get left.
Okay, Anthony Ellison, depth is the key word we're going to talk about all night long. And a lot of these rookies are now going to find themselves at maybe a fourth or fifth string, not just in wide receiver. We've seen that in a few different teams over the past couple of years, but now we get to see second string, third string defensive backs that might not see the field a whole lot, but just are here, will develop to fill in with injuries and eventually earn themselves their rightful spot. Does Vegas go ahead and grab depth, or is there a starting option for him still on the table?
Well, you shouldn't look at it. Depth is just to have as many people as you can. If you're not going to see the field, you're going to learn from the people in front of you, and that's fantastic. You don't have to go out there and make those rookie mistakes. You got veterans in front of you, so it's really fantastic. You can pick up people for the depth chart. And you also can put them on special teams. You can put them in for situational plays and everything. That's going to be very important. So if you can't find your starter right now, maybe you find the best available that you can have them coach and have them just sit there and learn in front of the person and ahead of them. And then maybe in the following season or later on in the season, you put them in.
Rochelle, I need a bit of I need a bit of an English accent. I'm trying to think of the right accent to say, but I don't remember because you think of U.S. type accents. You think Midwest, Minnesotan, but you also got that southern drawl down south as well. So I don't remember exactly which one. Maybe a Welsh. I could maybe could do a Welsh accent. Maybe I could roll a Peaky Blinders. But back to the SFL, back to Las Vegas. Their pick is in. Over to Cameron Irvine.
With the 76th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Las Vegas Fury select quarterback Switch Thumper. Vancouver is on the clock with the 77th pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, history in the making. Switch Thumper becomes the first backup quarterback in SFL history. And we've had backup quarterbacks before, but this is the first contracted one. Switch Thumper, the MVP of Season 7's championship game. He is going to back up Colin Pierce. I think at one point
Eric Price.
Eric Price. Thank you. And that's another Madison connection. So 2 Madison quarterbacks in Las Vegas. Mike O'Neill, take it away.
Whoa. We just saw a backup quarterback get taken. This is crazy, but you know what? This makes me so happy. Switch Thumper was in the combine, and really, Switch Thumper had a great end of the combine and really kind of redeemed what a lot of people believed in the fact that he is going to be a future franchise quarterback. Las Vegas clearly sees something in him that they're willing to take on. I mean, the fact that something was so good about him that they saw it fit to take the first ever backup quarterback and say, this is our guy for the future. As long as Eric Price is here, he's going to be our guy, but Switch Thumper will learn from Eric Price. And I mean, look, you can't go wrong with that. All I'm saying is beware teams that are playing Las Vegas if Eric Price gets injured and Switch Thumper comes in.
That's a big key because so long and so hard. Brett, will go to you. I know you guys are on the clock, but just take us through this pick, because for so long, once a quarterback goes down, you're really at the mercy of your backup, really at the mercy of what they can do. We saw it with Cheesy Pizza last season in Carolina have a spectacular game, but now Las Vegas truly have a dual quarterback system.
Yeah, and it's not just, injury scenarios here, because we know Las Vegas is very much like their city's sake. They're very much a high risk, high reward team. And how many games have we seen Eric Price throw 4, 5, 6 interceptions in a game? Now they have their fallback to where if Eric Price isn't playing well, Switch Thumper can come in immediately and, kind of fill in for that spot. And we could see ourselves a quarterback battle come week 1. There may not be a for sure instance on who's going to start in week 1. Will it be Price? Will it be the rookie Thumper? We don't know yet. It brings so much intrigue, not only to this team, but the league itself, to figure out who's the starting quarterback week 1.
It brings in, for the first time in this league, quarterback controversy.
Yeah.
This is going to be really exciting.
Yeah.
Anthony, your final thoughts on Thumper, and as we go forward and talk about the Legion and pick number 77.
Competition brings out the best in everybody, because you don't want somebody who's stagnant. You don't want somebody who knows they're going to be the starter next season. Bring in a young guy, big arm, has nothing to lose, and push that veteran. I really appreciate that they went with a backup quarterback, because, like I said, you don't know if the starter is struggling. You could bring in that backup one. The defense doesn't have any film on them, the rookie, so you could bring in something. It's a fresh thing. I absolutely love it. Competition, it brings the best out of people.
All right, Mike O'Neill, Vancouver's on the clock. Got a couple of offensive picks. Logan Lee dropped to them all the way at pick number 50. At, of course, Zorro Lunar, their most recent pick, but DJ Woods. These all already sound like Vancouver names. It is, for some reason, it just suits them so well. Very crisp, very clean names for them. What is the next name that jumps off to you going to North Dakota border, going to Vancouver?
All right, so this is going to be a little bit of a shocker, a little bit of left field. I don't know if the name matches up or fits necessarily as much as the other names in Vancouver. But whenever I look at this Vancouver team, I look at the fact that they've had an excellent draft. DJ Woods, Logan Lee, Zorro Lunar, seriously, really stacked. But the fact that Lee fell to them, if I were Vancouver, I would go second tight end right now, and I would go Keandre and Quinzel Jones with high run block ability. I think that's a really good pick for Vancouver.
No, I have heard a rumor about Quinzel Jones. I think he may no longer be in the SFL. Maybe I'm mistaken. We'll have to double check that. Maybe he's still here. That's not official. That's not anything to go by. But Vancouver does have their pick in. Maybe it's Quinzel Jones. Maybe it's another player. Cameron Irvine, over to you.
With the 77th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select strong safety J.J. Winfield. Alamo City is on the clock with the 78th pick.
What did I say about some of these names, and all of a sudden just fitting? Like a round peg in a round hole, these names. J.J. Winfield. Got DJ and J.J. in the backfield right now, Brett Solberg. How do you like J.J.?
Yeah, and this was actually one of our tougher picks here, because we still have plenty of options that we could have gone for here, but the big thing for us here is that JJ Winfield is that ultimate coverage safety for us. We've got Drew Hamilton over at the starting strong safety spot, who can be both a coverage guy, and if we need him to blitz, we can. But the bigger thing out of this, Winfield is 6'3". And that's going to be huge against these tall receivers going deep. The guys like Riley Quintero, who are 6'6". Cam, why am I not 6'6" in that matter here? But nonetheless, we have a big safety, a big, strong, big safety coming in with the speed, with the coverage ability to stop those big passes from tall receivers happening. Winfield was, I think, another great choice for us here at the spot that we got.
Max Jackson, Mike Ryan, couple of good names that come to mind. Of course, Bernard Smith, another name that comes to mind in terms of big, lanky, big-bodied back ends, guys in the backfield, defensive backs. So really good pick. J.J. Winfield being a very tall and really high caliber defensive back. Now back to Alamo City, their third pick of the round, before we get into a Denver-Portland sandwich here in just a moment. But the Alamo City Artillery, Bo Martin Jr. is still in that green room, is still dialing up somebody. He's got another 3 picks coming up in the next round to be sure. But Anthony Ellison, they've gotten a fullback, they've gotten Kendricks, and of course, this with their last pick, they got Willie Bands. Where are they headed here?
I mean, what's wrong with getting another quarterback? Like I think it's one of those things where maybe you bring in competition. Once again, like we're talking about depth here. Everybody's getting backups to backups. The fact is these rookies are not going to just sit back there. They're going to go out there and they're going to compete. So why not add ones for the quarterback? Push ace. See what's going on.
Very interesting to break up an ace to deuce connection. Ooh, that sounds like fighting words for ace, and I don't know whether or not that'll be the case. But you're right. You're right, Anthony. Competition brings out the best in all of us. Mike O'Neill, we've already seen Las Vegas make history, go big or go broke here in this regard. Does Alamo City take that same approach, or are they more calculated like their cannons?
No, I think they're a little more calculated. I don't think we see Alamo City go backup quarterback. I think Ace Finnick, they've got a great signal caller there in Ace Finnick, and I think that they're happy with it. They're not going to bring in any competition. They're a continuously competitive team, weekend or season in and season out. I think with Alamo City here, we could see one of two things. We could see them go punter, right? We do have punter still on the board here, or we could see him go linebacker, and Wolf Highwind's still sitting pretty on that board.
And we saw Albert Begin, another member of the Alamo City War Room in there. And I don't know if he caught it, but Mike Daggs, we last night in the draft war room, we had a little kitty posse, we'll call it. Myself, Mike Daggs, and then Marco Swift all have black feline friends, and we all had them on camera at one point. And so Mike joins the fray once again. Over to Anthony Ellison as we continue to discuss the artillery. There are now under 2 minutes, a 2-minute drill, if you will, for selecting a pick. Your thoughts on where Alamo City might go? Oh, I'm gonna.
You're muted, bro.
Mike, thank you, Cameron Irvine.
Wow.
Dave Axis, you're muted, bro.
Okay, so I did talk about backup quarterback, but also Iron Leg. That I think he might be one of my players. I'm gonna keep saying, so maybe he'll get drafted. But the thing is, if you don't have something that you don't like, maybe you could try to trade, maybe for next year, whatnot. But you gotta get quality. Look for something that fits your system, and maybe, like I said, it doesn't hurt to add more offense, does it?
And so I don't know whether or not it's us having have limited funds in the SFL headquarters, or you didn't ask for the rights from Dave, Mr. Kevin Irvine, for the little pop-up, you're muted, bro. I would have loved to see that. But Brett, we've got a minute to go here for Alamo City. I'm hearing rumors the pick is coming in shortly, but Brett, you're real quick. 5-second take in Alamo City. Yeah,
2 spots I think they could go here. They could get a 4th safety if they want to here. We haven't seen a team go 4 safeties yet. And, we've been talking about, blitzing safeties. There's still a couple to choose from here. A linebacker potentially as well. We've seen 4 linebackers go on that too. But you know what? I kind of like Anthony's idea of potentially a backup quarterback, and there's still a pretty good one out there in the name of Kenny Slider. I think he's the next quarterback gone. Does he go to Alamo City? Who knows?
And Slider's been in the minor league for just as many seasons as Logan Lee, all the way back from Salt Lake City days, which was about 4 or 5 seasons ago, over to the SFL commissioner, Cameron Irvine, with Alamo City's pick.
With the 78th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Alamo City Artillery select strong safety Cody Lawrence. Denver is on the clock with the 79th pick.
And so, Mike O'Neill, it is more of a calculated pick. It is a strong safety. Mr. Cody Lawrence gets his name called and is headed to San Antonio.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick for Alamo City. I mean, you can never, especially in this era, have enough depth in the defensive back room. And, at the end of the day, this is a good safety. It's a safety that's going to come in and be able to be plug and play for you. I don't think that it's going to – I don't think the safety is going to see the field a ton right off the back. I think it's going to be more of a situational player. But at the end of the day, Alamo City takes somebody that they were really high on with Cody Lawrence. And looking at his build here, I mean, you're talking 6'1", 210, good build, good speed, good, pretty good coverage. Doesn't really have, again, we're seeing a trend here with the run coverage in the safety rooms or in the safety room for the draftees, not so high, but that's something that it can work on. And this is clearly a developmental pick for Alamo City. Obviously, they saw something they liked in Cody Lawrence, and good luck.
For the last 5 picks have all been safeties, that being Melodious Manning, who started off the trend with Indy. Willie Bands heads to Alamo City, and Alamo City doubled down, going from free safety to strong safety with this pick. Brett Solberg, over back to you with this one as we go back to Denver as they go to pick number 3 of round 3 for 3. They've already got a couple of picks. It's the same kind of storyline. They have a lot of holes, a lot of places to fill, and a lot of needs to fill. We probably won't see them go back up quarterback like we saw Las Vegas because they have so many needs.
Yeah, and I doubt it either. They trust in Gene Struthers. Gene Struthers is their guy moving forward. But I think now Denver can have a little bit more fun when it comes to these picks here, because after this, they still have 81, 89, 99, 106, 108, and there's still plenty of spots to fill here. And I think they can kind of skip in a couple positions with these safeties going gone here, and with Strike Bader being their one safety. Why not have a pair of strong safeties? I could see a guy, it's been seen in the chat already earlier here, JJ Bailey. If you're talking about blitzing safeties, JJ Bailey is your guy.
Well, Denver likes to be really good on defense, and they like to be swarming to the football. Do Denver go that way, Cam and Irvine?
With the 79th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select wide receiver Alex Jackson. Portland is on the clock with pick 80.
Alex Jackson comes off the board, and that's a really good wide receiving core already, just made even stronger, led by Riley Quintero, Anthony Ellison. Denver add another wide receiver.
Yes, somebody who caught 4 touchdowns, 47 catches of the season last year. You can't go wrong with adding more depth on offense. You need to score points. You know you have a good defense. You have a lot of picks. So, now you got to start playing strategy right here. He was probably going to go off the board, take him before somebody else will. You got yourself somebody that you can develop.
And Mike O'Neill, over to you. Denver already trying to rekindle some old magic, trying to get back deeper into the postseason, and another wide receiver just gives another option for Struthers.
Yeah, I think Denver's doing a great job so far in the draft. I think they've picked a lot of really good players. Wide receiver Alex Jackson, he's 6'1", 205. I mean, he's a good build for, he's not going to, maybe not so big enough to play on the outside, as your, outside receivers, but he's a great guy that can come in and play the slot. He's got good speed. He's got some pretty good strength too. He'd be a great option for the slot, and excellent jump. That's probably the highlight of his attributes is his jumping ability. So, I mean, it definitely we could see him go up and get a jump ball, even though he's 6'1", 205. He's got the legs for it, and he's got the hops for it. So I think Denver made a great pick with us.
Great analysis, Mike. As now we head over to Portland, who splits this Denver pick sandwich. Back over to Brett Solberg here for Portland. As we had to talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit more deeper into the culture of Portland. Of course, Nelson Lozano Jr., formerly the host of Inside the League of the SFL. Hopefully that show comes back here soon. But let's talk about the Portland culture and what they're going to be looking for as division rivals to you up in Vancouver.
Yeah, and they have, as much as the Pacific has been decided by one team by week 10, the Pacific Division is still a tough division to face against, because you have all these different types of offensive sets to play against. With Vancouver, you never know if we're gonna pass the ball for 500 yards, or if Robert Redford's gonna run you to the ground for 250. Portland, it's kind of more kind of set in stone here. Ezekiel Love is the face of the franchise, and if you want to get something to kind of help out Ezekiel at this point, a fifth wide receiver isn't a bad option, especially when you have Scott Johnson as kind of like the pseudo wide receiver, but also kind of like this wildcat formation guy, could set reverse sweeps. We don't know what we're going to get out of Scott Johnson this season, but potentially another receiver could be gone here.
Lots of new faces joining the SFL, not just here in the draft, but also joining up for next season's minor league. House Ramos Gaming joins the fray and gets his name in the lot for season 22's draft class. Welcome to House Ramos Gaming. But Portland gets someone for season 21. Who is it, Cameron Irvine?
I don't know what that dance was for Mike O'Neill, but I think that's all the craze in the clubs. You got to give it a name or something. The 80th pick in the SFL season 21 rookie draft, the Portland Fleet select inside linebacker Lucas Gilbert, a week 6 signing. And into the majors, the Denver Nightwings back on the clock with the 81st pick.
So this pick came from Arizona, from Houston, and then eventually from Baltimore. It traded hands 4 different times, and it just goes to show you it doesn't matter how early or how late you join the SFL, you can just as easily find yourself being elevated to the professional game just like that. Anthony Ellison, take us through Lucas Gilbert.
The fact is you came in mid-season and made such a fantastic impact that you get drafted in the 3rd round. It should tell you that this person is going to see the field a little bit more in his rookie season. The fact that Portland has a great offense, is a very tough division, but you need defense. You need defense to cover you when the offense is struggling a little bit. So the fact that they got more help with tackling is always important when it comes to defense and everything like that. So this is great to see such a great scout. Like, you only saw him for a couple weeks and you put him on the team.
Lucas DeVore loves the name. I wonder if it's because it's Lucas. Maybe that's just me spitballing here. But Mike O'Neill, we head back to Denver in just one of a couple of teams that need a whole lot of spots to fill. The other being Sioux Falls and Queen City. But, of course, Denver needing a whole bunch of picks. Got a couple already tonight, 3 on the board. That being Alex Jackson, that being Brenda Puff, the defensive tackle, and Strike Vader, the strong safety. Where does pick number 4 of 8 tonight go for Denver?
Man, I could really see Denver going, corner here. I could see them picking up a corner, another defensive back. I think that would be a great pickup for them. I mean, you've got some excellent names still on the board here. Pulling up my sheet, I mean, you've got Tavius Gordon, Jadoobie Dude, Nick Twice, Luke Schreiner. I mean, like, there's a lot. Roy Towers. I mean, the list goes on and on. If I were Denver, I would be shoring up that defensive back room a little bit more, as they only have 2 corners coming into the season or coming into the draft on their roster, and Santagria and Kindler. So at the end of the day, I would go corner here. The value that you're getting here is unbelievable if you were to pick up a corner, any of those that I just listed.
And we're going to see a lot of this man tonight, as we already have Jeremy Vega in the war room for Denver. I wonder if he's already put the pick in or he's handed duties off to somebody else. But Brett Solberg, back to you on Denver. So many holes and a few extra names going to come off the board here for Denver.
Yeah, they went with offense with their pick just 2 ago here, and I think I'm going to go right back to it. There's a potential, to get a safety there, get J.J. Bailey out of him, but corner is probably right on again. Mike O'Neill, I agree with you for the 3rd time tonight here, but I'm looking at someone like Mike Bird or Kippa Jones as potential players. These Madison Lynx players are getting picked on a lot, so it could potentially be the last corner left from Madison in Mike Bird.
I heard a little birdie told me, birds, why is birds so popular here tonight? Anywho, I only heard there might have been only 2 players left on Madison's roster. Does that number go down to 1? Mr. Cameron Irvine, over to you for the pick.
I also heard Mike Bird was from South Texas, so shout out to Mike for, I don't know if he's repping San Antonio or not, but go South Texas. For the 81st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select cornerback Luke Schreiner. That concludes round 3. We're headed to round 4. Queen City is on the clock with the 82nd pick.
And as you mentioned, Cam, it is end of round 3. One more round to go, gentlemen. Mike O'Neill right on the head with quarterback. Take us through Shriner.
Yeah, 6'1", 205, great build. Good speed, good agility. So really able to follow receivers around in man coverage. Again, I think with 6'1", 205, he could play outside, but I think that he's going to come in, and I think he's going to be a pretty good starter. He's a really aggressive corner. So I think slot would be amazing for this guy coming in. Luke Schreiner would be a really good slot corner for Denver with that aggression, as we know some of these slot receivers will like to get physical. So good coverage skills. I mean, I can't say enough about him. I love the pick from Denver.
Anthony Allison, back to you here for Denver's selection. Luke Schreiner off the board. Mike O'Neill likes his coverage. What do you like about him?
The fact is, when you can play physical at the line of scrimmage, you can alter the receiver's path. So you can get them off there as long as you say within the 5 yards, and you can push them off the route. And then recovery speed to get back had some great 7 pass defense last season. So the fact is that he could press on the field, recover, and knock the ball away. That's the type of cornerback that you're going to want to when you see all these high-flying offense. Somebody who can get in their face and then move them around and then still make the tackle.
Absolutely. All right, as we get to round number 4, fourth and final round, just as many quarters there are in any football game. It's our 4th quarter here in draft night. Brett Solberg, over to you. Queen City's currently their final pick. They've only got 4 names on the board for what seems to be about maybe 6 or 7 needs.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult where they kind of go from here, because they could go back-to-back receivers out of this, get that 4th receiver out of it. I doubt it, though. There might be somebody that they see later down the line, potentially. There's still some holes on the defensive line that we see here. That probably is the pick here, because right now they only have Joseph Savolka and Dan Dash. We haven't seen anybody else picked on that defensive line yet. They've shored up that linebacking core, adding DJ Kilgannon with a great group led by Kappa Jones. Another option could be, another strong safety here, or, go with the glamour pick and go with Victor Ironleg for the, upteenth time. We talked about punters here. He is the top punter left out of the 2 that we know here. So why not go with the Ironleg at punter? They've got options here with this potentially last pick.
So all right, so Mike O'Neill, we're going to pause here just a second. We can head back to SFL headquarters. We got a trade to announce.
So we have Mexico City trading up. They are taking Queen City's pick at 82.
Wow.
Mexico City will also get a 4th rounder from Queen City next season. Queen City trades back. They will be the 96th pick, which was Mexico City's. They will get a 3rd rounder from the Aztecs next season. So now Mexico City will be on the clock momentarily. Another trade coming down. Charleston has traded back into the draft. They are now 88. Canton has traded out of the draft and will receive a 4th round pick from Charleston next season. So Mexico City now on the clock at pick 82.
Okay, let's make sure we got this right. Mexico City go ahead and trade away their pick. Mike O'Neill now. It's the Aztecs who had a chance to deal some damage. And we did hear from a certain guy named Mike Daggs, co-owner over there in Mexico City, who said,
Who?
Mike Daggs.
Oh.
It might be the bag accent coming out. But he was asking earlier who the quickest quarterback currently left in the draft was. And we did mention Austin Blanco. Is that where they're going, Mike O'Neill?
You could go Austin Blanco, but looking at, do you have record of how many picks if Mexico City has any more picks in this draft, or is this their last one?
This at the moment is it. Yes.
Okay, so we could. I mean, it's the last pick. They really could go Austin Blanco here with him asking about it. For me personally, looking at Mexico City's roster, I would go a 4th corner. I don't think. I mean, you've only got a free safety and a strong safety back there. They did draft Antoine Joe, but I think there's so many good corners right now. You need 4 corners and 2 safeties at least. I think every team needs at least 6 DBs.
Okay, all right. So that is where Mike O'Neill is thinking. He's thinking DBs. Anthony Ellison, over to you. Do you also see that going the way for Mexico City?
The way the league is shifting, yes, you do need 6 DBs, but you also need 5 wide receivers. You need receivers. You need offense. And the fact is, if you jump that high in this round, that means you see something. There's a player that you've been watching on the board and is falling in your lap. And something's telling me just a gut instinct is going to be a wide receiver because of the what the league is going to be.
Okay, Brett Solberg, back to you as we take a look at Mexico City once again. After the trade, they jumped up in the draft, basically swapping positions with Queen City. This is basically saying that we need our guy now in this regard.
Yeah, and I think Mike and Anthony both covered it really well. There's a lot of spots, and I do agree with Anthony. You do need 6 DBs, and they do need a corner at this point. So I'm looking at guys like Jadoobie-Doo, Tobias Gordon, Mike Bird, Kippa Jones, Roy Towers, who's still there. But there's got to be something involved here, like Anthony said, that they had to go up to 82, get back into this, back up in this draft. Could this be slider time? Could this potentially be Himothy Mossam King time? Maybe Chris Sunseri to get that 5th receiver? Like, it all lines up to be corner, but don't be surprised if they go with wide receiver here.
Okay, and the clock continues to dwindle here. Just about 2 minutes to go on the clock for Mexico City after they submitted the trade. Mike was in conversation with someone in that green room, which we saw earlier. Mike O'Neill, back to you. We get a chance to maybe talk a little bit more about the SFL as we are starting to wind down in the draft, already past the halfway point. Let's talk about something that's going to be coming up soon as the pick just comes in, for the first time ever, an SFL preseason.
Yeah, I think that the preseason is going to be crazy. I think we've got a lot of just optimism, I think, around the league, throughout the coaches. I mean, just from the people I've talked to, everybody's excited because you actually get a chance to see what your team and what, these rookies can do on the field. And especially in situations like we're talking about right now, this is potentially a backup quarterback situation. Do we see an Austin Blanco come out in a switch thumper come out in preseason, right? Because they already know what they have in their quarterbacks. Do we see these rookies come out in preseason? So I think it's a really, really cool thing. This is something that everybody's going to look forward to. It's going to be a good way for everybody to kind of get their feet wet in the new system, in the new era, and I really cannot wait.
Absolutely. All right. Now we get over to Mexico City's pick, over to Cameron Irvine.
With the 82nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Mexico City Aztecs select inside linebacker Wolf Highwind. The Fort Worth Toros are on the clock with the 83rd selection.
This is a very interesting pick, Brett Solberg, because at one point Fox Highwind was a member of Mexico City who went back to London, and now he's jumped ship to somewhere else. They get another Highwind in the mix. Brett, take us through this pick.
You know what? And this might be the deepest fall that we've seen any player in this draft here. I think Wolf Highwind, definitely had potential talks of being a first-round prospect out of this, but now he's fell into the hands at the beginning of the 4th round to Mexico City, who we forgot they wouldn't mind a 4th, linebacker in this mix, because you look at their values at linebacker, it's not super high. They're all flirting around that $1 million mark here with John Fowler, Matthew Alvarado, and Dexter Jackson. And that's a great mentor to learn from, Dexter Jackson. He's been, a key defensive contributor for the Aztecs for all this time. And Wolf Highwind, great personality going into this, historic Mexico City squad who, they're going to be winners from the get-go here, I think.
Okay. Mike O'Neill, you also like this pick. Take us through it.
Yeah, Wolf Highwind, really, really great pick. And the fact that he fell this far is pretty unbelievable, considering his activity in the league, considering how great he's been on and off the field in the minor league. This is incredible for Mexico City. But here's what I'll say. You've got a great pick with Wolf Highwind. You've got 4 linebackers on your roster right now, which could potentially open up a 3-4 possibility going into the new season. But you still only have 3 corners on the roster. If I were Mexico City, I would be trying to jump back in again, considering all these corners on the board still. I would be trying to get a way back into this draft and taking one of these corners because, like we said, you need 6 DBs. You need it.
Okay, Anthony Allison, real quick, I'll give you 10 seconds. Take us through what Fort Worth is doing here.
Value pick. Got somebody who's the first round prospect in the 4th round.
Okay. Sorry, Ed, go ahead and finish up. We'll give you a few extra seconds.
No, I'm just surprised he dropped that far. 6 tackle for losses right there. That somebody could be an outside rusher. 3-4.
Okay. All right. Fort Worth's pick is in. We quickly go back to SFL headquarters and the commissioner.
With the 83rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Fort Worth Toros select cornerback Tavius Gordon. Motor City's on the clock with the 84th selection.
Words are hard, Cam. Names are hard to pronounce. We've all been there. All right, so it is a cornerback, Mr. Brett Solberg, and this time it goes to Fort Worth, and maybe we'll get that to you here in a minute, Mike O'Neill, to talk about Mexico City, maybe picking a different player than you would have thought. But Brett, cornerback to Fort Worth, it's Tavius Gordon.
Yeah, and all of us have talked about it. 6 DBs, it's necessary here. And now getting that 4th corner to add with Adam Leach and Aiden Davis and Remington James, Tavius Gordon is just going to slip in really well out of this, and he's gonna make an immediate impact on a Fort Worth team that I feel could have been a much better defensive passing team, even though they were great passing defensively. But holes were shown in that Arizona game in the semifinals, so this might be a hole to fill that up, and now potentially they could be one of the best defensive passing teams in the league now.
So Fort Worth see their division rivals grab Wolf, and to your point, they grab a cornerback which you thought Mexico City needed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Mexico City needed a corner, and Fort Worth came in and got a really good one. And now the interesting thing, this corner coming in is actually 4 inches shorter than the rest of the corners on Fort Worth's roster. This could be a slot guy. This could be somebody that's going to be quick. I think they totally just drafted their slot corner, and we can expect fully to see this corner play in nickel.
Tight end 4.
And the picks just keep coming. You're in the 4th round already. Motor City has their pick in. We head over to SFL headquarters again with Commissioner Cameron Irvine.
With the 84th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Motor City V8 select quarterback Michael Brown.
Wow.
The 85th pick is Alamo City. You are on the clock.
Another QB in the age of backup quarterbacks has officially commenced here in the SFL. Anthony Ellison, another quarterback. It is not Kenny Slider. Take us through Michael Brown.
Ooh, okay. So I thought I was joking about it, but I was for real about competition when it comes to the quarterback. And there were some good ones in this draft right here. And this is another one. I thought it was gonna be Kenny Slider, but the fact is this is still a high level quarterback. And once again, competition. I'm gonna keep repeating that. This is competition. You don't want people to be stagnant. So you went out here, you got somebody who is not afraid to throw the ball deep, and that's what you need in this league. When you got 5-6 wide receivers and all the defensive backs have been drafted, have somebody who can test out all these corners.
So this is the big thing now, Brett Solberg. When Ibrahim Krieta got introduced to the league, there was an uproar from a whole bunch of minor league quarterbacks that felt like they got snubbed by Krieta coming in undrafted as a free agent, as a base level guy from off the street. Michael Brown comes in, and I in my personal opinion, he will be the day one starter over Krieta.
And I agree with that too. And you look at the look of Motor City, and a lot of us, in the back have thought the same way here. They were probably a good quarterback away from being a potential playoff team. And you bring in a guy like Michael Brown. He's got the passing ability. He's not a speedster by any chance. He's going to be that pure pocket quarterback. But now you bring him in. He's got probably a better skill set than Ibrahim Krieta. He might be the quarterback that puts Motor City over the hump here.
And I completely disagree with Dwayne Schindler. If he saw the SFLM general chat, he would be agreeing with me. But Mike O'Neill, we now move on to Alamo City and what they need to do. Of course, Bo Martin Jr. likes to be a little flashy in some regards. And of course, we've seen him put people in the matrix. And what is Alamo City thinking here? They've got a couple of picks this draft. They get to do what Denver did to Portland and put Jacksonville in a pick sandwich. What are they doing here with a minute 30 left to go on the clock?
Okay, so real quick, I'll touch on Alamo City, but let me just hit on this Motor City thing because you and Brett are both wrong. Michael Brown will not be the starter whenever he comes in because Motor City will run the first ever dual QB system. Michael Brown will be in every empty set and or every heavy set, and Ibrahim Creator will be in every spread offense look. And you will have a true 2 QB system for the first time ever because formation subs, we can do it now. Motor City revolutionized the league when they ran 3 tight ends, and they're going to do it again with a 2 QB system. Just wait. Okay, Alamo City, draft a freaking punter.
All right. I'm just me and Brett, we're on the same wavelength here, and it's nothing against anyone in Motor City, but there's a lot of confusion from analysts around the league about what direction Motor City is going, and it seems that it's not fully fleshed out. And maybe this new era maybe solidifies things for them, but right now they're going to need some solidification. If we see that within the first couple of weeks, then I'll retract my statement. But Anthony Ellison, over to you. Back to Alamo City. The pick is just about to come in as clock hits triple zeros. They say they have a punter, but where would you go?
Punter. Yeah, go ahead. Just go ahead and do it. It might not be the flashiest, but go ahead and get that punter. You got somebody named Iron Leg. I want him. Yeah, put him on.
All right, so Alamo City's pick is in. Over to SFL Commissioner Cameron Irvine with the call.
With the 85th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Alamo City Artillery select defensive end Theodore Rocker. Jacksonville on the clock with pick 86.
So Theodore Rocker comes off the board. Another defensive lineman, Bo Martin Jr. saying, "We have a punter. We'll take a defensive end." Brett Solberg.
Yeah, and you know what? All credit to Danny Dimes here. He may be a punter, but he's a borderline punter. And, I think for the rest of this draft, we'll probably be screaming whoever has an open punter spot, take Victor Ironleg at this point. But taking another defensive end, not a bad decision here for Alamo City, especially if you're looking for, a team that wants to make project players. Teddy Rocker is going to be a project player down the line here. You've already got Stephen Fellows and Yogi Barr. Fellows is a little bit lower on the terms of value, so there might be some early competition between Fellows and Rocker in this one. So it creates that potential controversy building up here now with these depth charts that we have to think about here with these formation subs and everything like that. So this is another fun pick here from the Artillery.
And Mike O'Neill, as we transition now to the Kings in Jacksonville, they took Vakarian and Beasley, 2 really good offensive options, 1 tailback, 1 wide receiver. They need a linebacker.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's where they've got to go here. Talking about who's still on the board. It looks like we've got, is Marcus Benson still here? And Dusty Killebrew. Dusty Killbrew's still on the board. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Dusty Killebrew go here.
Interesting. Anthony Ellison, do you agree Killebrew, or do you have another name in mind?
I just really love this name. Was Jujubi Do? Get another cornerback right there, because you're gonna need 6. You'll need 5 or 6. It's gonna be very helpful for you. So that's my pick.
I sang his name earlier. I don't want to have to sing it again until he gets picked, or maybe I need to do sad trombone noises at the end if he doesn't get picked, because I tried to miserably sing on camera. But Brett Solberg, Jacksonville, 3 minutes to go on the clock for them, and the consensus is linebacker, I think. But as we've seen, backup quarterbacks have come off the board, a couple of backup tailbacks. They still have Willie Smoke as an option if they were to go another tailback. But if I'm not mistaken, they already got Sean Sanders and Vakarian, so I would be it would be a real bad show for me to say that they should really pick a third running back for Jacksonville's system.
Yeah, again, another tough decision here for Jacksonville, and I think really all the two positions I think they really need to go to is either going corner or going for linebacker at this point. Marcus Benson is a good pick, but I think Moxie Crawford might be the guy that could be taken. I've seen Moxie Crawford in Gen Chat, a couple times throughout the last month or so. He's a generally nice person as well. And in terms of corner, the name's been shouted out a few times in this live chat here. Mike Bird still available here, and I think he might be one of the better values still left at corner.
Okay, Mike O'Neill, we head back to you. We were talking about linebacker earlier. Brett brought up a good point, and Mike Bird what's your second option for Jacksonville?
I just don't see a world where there is a second option. They've got 7 DBs on their roster right now. They've got 3 corners, but they've got 4 safeties. I don't think they go another defensive back. I think realistically, Marcus Benson is the best value overall rated out linebacker for this, and I think that Marcus Benson's got the speed for it. I think that this is Benson coming in, for Jacksonville, and it would be a steal in the 4th round.
And Anthony Ellison, over to you real quick. Your final thoughts on Jacksonville?
I do agree. If you can get the linebacker, if Benson fits your system, then do it. But you don't force it. If it's not going to work out, then go for another corner. You can't go wrong because you can plug them in different positions. Maybe get a bigger corner that can play linebacker when needed. But just don't pick something that's going to fit what you're going to be doing on defense.
Okay. All right. So I asked Mike O'Neill earlier, Brett Solberg, about the optimism for the preseason. Let's get your take on what the SFL is doing before the season kicks off at the end of the month.
I think, talking about the preseason again, I think it's a good showcase for teams who haven't seen the beta games over the course of last season to actually, see the full uniforms that the team has shown out here, the base uniforms, see the stadiums that have been brought in. Pictures, can tell 1,000 words, but videos can tell 100,000 more. So really, I think the preseason games are going to be a great showcase of what 4K23 is going to bring to this league. And I think people are going to have so much fun seeing, these jerseys come to life.
All right, and Jacksonville's pick is in. Who is headed to Duval, Cameron Irvine?
With the 86th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select punter Victor Ironleg. We have a trade at 87. Indianapolis is trading up. They have the 87th pick now from Alamo City. Alamo City trades back to 101 and gets a 3rd-round pick next season. So Indianapolis is on the clock at pick 87. And by the way, ratings have gone up from round 4 or to round 4 from round 3. So everybody out there not knowing what all these teams are going to do, it's why we're all here, right? It's a lot of fun, and we have another trade go down. 87 Indianapolis, you're on the clock.
Very, very interesting indeed. So Indy trades up after the man we've been talking about all night long. Victor Ironleg goes off the board to Jacksonville. Let's get your thoughts, Mr. Big Ant.
Just the name alone is marketability at the end of the day. And then you got somebody who can boot it on both sides. That's really rare too, because that saves you a roster spot if you want to. And then, like I said, the name is fantastic. So I'm really excited to see what he does for the Kings.
Absolutely. Mike O'Neill, the two-way special teams man, is finally off the board and headed to Duval.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick, with Jacksonville coming off of a pretty disappointing season and trying to really rebuild that team down there. I think that it all starts realistically with special teams. If you could get a punter that can surefire, pin the opposing offenses inside the 15, even 10-yard line, I mean, that makes it really, really difficult for opposing offenses. And I think that Jacksonville really helps out, themselves in that situation to put themselves in good situation to not get behind and really be able to keep their players on the field and playing fast.
All right, interesting. Now, the Ramblers are on the clock after the trade. Brett Solberg, let's walk through the minds of the Indianapolis Ramblers, who may have been looking at special teams, now have to figure out what to do after Iron Leg's removal from draft boards.
Another tough pick coming in, and especially for Indy. I bet they wanted to trade up to 87, especially for Victor Ironleg. But that's just a very it's just a very good pick for Jacksonville, because when you think about it at the end of the day, I believe they have either one of the highest paid or the highest paid kicker in Jordan Bradshaw, and now you add in someone like Victor Ironleg, who's probably going to be at a really high value right away. That brings probably one of the best special teams in the league going to Duval. But now for Indianapolis, I have to think into the mind of Chad Rowland, think into the mind of Flat Cap Falk here, and figure out what they're going to go, where they're going to go with this. Are they going to go tight end, get a second tight end out of this? Are they going to get maybe a defensive end to potentially fill out, a 4-end system and get someone to pair up with Mac Dre, a lower value defensive end in this league here? I really don't know. This one, complete question mark for me.
All right, Mike O'Neill.
I think that Indianapolis traded up because they want Marcus Benson. I think Marcus Benson's the best linebacker on the board right now. He's fast. Indianapolis needs an outside linebacker. And, maybe it was a situation where Indianapolis thought Jacksonville was going to take him because they needed one, and they didn't. And so Indianapolis pulls the trigger on a trade to jump back up and get Marcus.
Okay, Anthony Ellison. There's a lot of people. We sometimes forget that there's a lot of people still on the board that could go. Let's just throw out needs, throw out and everything. Who would you pick? Who is the best player on the board at this given moment?
Jadooby-doo. I mean, that's just if they're all fantastic, and everybody on this draft board right here is going to make an impact one way or another. But Jadooby-doo, if you're looking just best player on the board, that's what you go for.
Okay. And Anthony, let's actually stay with you here just for a moment and do your take on the SFL preseason as Indy's pick takes a little bit to come in.
This is a fantastic opportunity for everybody, for everybody to come up from the minors up to the big time right here. And you're drafted for a reason, and these owners are doing a fantastic job making them feel welcome. And this is going to be a very exciting season. We have a lot of talent still out there right now that's going to be drafted, and this is just going to be a fantastic experience for the people to watch and be involved with. And there's still a lot of good names out there, and it's really exciting for somebody who broadcasts and commentates these games. I'm really excited to see new players, fresh faces, and just competition all across the board.
Mike Bird still on the board. Mike Bird reminds me a little bit of Mind That Bird, the Kentucky Derby winner, who was one of the longest long shots to ever win the Kentucky Derby. And so we've got a lot of players out there. There might be a long shot out there that might turn into an SFL champion, MVP every once in a while, but we will have yet to see. As Indianapolis comes off the board here in just a second, which means there might have been a trade. Cameron Irvine, over to you real quick.
Waiting for confirmation here.
Copy that.
But
Well, we'll continue.
It is rolling along through. Here we go. I got it for you. Indianapolis, that just traded up to 87, says forget that. They give it to Vancouver. Vancouver trades up to the 87th pick. Both teams will swap fourth rounders next season. Vancouver trades to 87th. They're on the clock.
quite interesting, and we'll get the draft updated as soon as possible. So we go from it goes from Seattle, who originally had this pick. They send it to Alamo City, and then in the space of 5 minutes, Indy was like, yeah, actually, we really don't want this pick, and we'll ship it off to Vancouver. And so it's like we got an owner and a GM here from both clubs. It's basically, Brett, it's basically me handing you the pick card and saying, yeah, you can have it now.
Yeah, and I think we stole in that trade too, because it's a fantastic move by Andy here to get us another pick, and we still have 2 more to go after this. So it's just adding to our roster and getting us great potential talents to join this roster, a fantastic roster if I say so myself. But this honestly came out of the blue from me. I'm just talking to Andy right now, so I'm getting the information as we speak. So I have no idea where we're going to go with this, if I'm going to be honest.
I mean, it was pretty much the same feeling here, because I'm not in the war room tonight. That's Chad and Adam calling all the shots tonight. A little bit of homework for me, but mostly just those 2 gentlemen doing an excellent job, the 2 co-owners for Indianapolis. But Anthony, back to you on we now get to talk a little bit more, and this time we're going to talk about Vancouver on where they will go with pick 87.
They've been absolutely crushing the draft. This today alone, getting value after value picks, not giving up a lot for it. The fact is, to get back into this draft, and you still have Marcus Benson, you still have Jadubi-Doo out there. These players can come in immediately and do some fantastic stuff for your team. So the fact is, yeah, if you see somebody on your board that probably still there and you can go up and get it, that's what Vancouver did. I'm really, it's exciting.
All right, Mike O'Neill, we're going to talk about, well, not really division rivals, but they're still on that West Coast along with you, as Andy Hamilton is furiously typing on his laptop, communicating with possibly his next pick. Take us through the mind of Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, I could see 2 things here. I could see, a run blocking tight end to stack up for Logan Lee, or I could see Benson at linebacker. Bringing Benson in at linebacker to have some added depth at linebacker. I know those are 2 names, that get kind of, the Benson name is a name that I've been throwing around out there, a couple times, because I just think he's a great value at this pick. But yeah, I can totally see a backup tight end, somebody who's a developmental pick they can build into a good run blocker.
All right, Brett Solberg. We're both in the blue here in just a little bit, and you guys are in the blue, gold, and white. So you have a couple extra colors to maybe shade yourself with. But since you're here, let's talk about a couple other points of the SFL, because of course we have the draft, of course we have the games, but there's a whole lot of content that is made here in the league. Take us through a few of your personal favorites and what other people that are maybe new to the league should watch to maybe get a further insight into how the SFL operates.
Is this me just to use you as a jumping board for Netma? Is that what it is at this point?
I wasn't even gonna go with that.
It's all good. The main shows that I watch whenever I have time is always Say It With Your Chest with Eddie Gage. The Streets Are Talking with Eddie and Chad. Fantastic topics. They're 2 of the smartest minds in this league. Access Live is a bunch of fun. I hope to be, at least a semi-regular guest moving forward with that show. Dave is a fantastic guy to talk with, and most of the time, even after the show, we keep chatting like an hour after the fact, even though he has to wake up in like 3 hours most instances here. And then anything Ashley Jackson does is, pure gold. She is the personification of pure gold as it is, and anything that she does touches to gold. And her show is one of the best.
Anthony Ellison, you're one of the newer faces in here. Did you watch any content through your first couple of seasons?
I did, and that got me really into it and wanted to do it. I'd never broadcast before, but I'm a fan and a love of football, everything about it. I played it in high school and college and everything like that. And the fact is, this league and this community is so welcoming, very, very welcoming. I can't say nothing negative. Like, it's amazing. I love being here. It's really exciting to see the GMs and everything, the production of all of this getting put together. It gets you excited. I was watching yesterday's draft, and the intro is absolutely fire, and it gets you ready for the season. And I think just as a collective group, this has just been fantastic. Amazing fans out there. I'm just excited for next season.
And you can catch all these shows and all the different platforms. You can find a link to all of that on the SFL website at simulationfl.net. And of course, Brett, you mentioned that at the little bit of beginning of your spiel, but NETMA returns this Wednesday, July 12th, to accompany all the other great and fantastic content that is here in the league. NETMA back on July 12th. Time pending. Look for that in the server, in the SFL Discord server. Mike O'Neill, your thoughts on content in general?
Oh man, it's been amazing ever since I first came into the league. First show I watched was Access Live, season 18, season 17, one of those two. But yeah, it was Access Live. I think it was season 18. Loved Access Live, loved NETMA, loved the work you do with NETMA. Ashley's show is always a really, really good way to get to know players behind the scenes. I think she does an excellent job of bringing players behind the scenes and getting to know the actual player behind, or the person behind the player rather. I think that, it really is good. Streets Are Talking has been really great with Chad and Eddie. Again, like Brett said, two of the brilliant minds in this league. I can't say enough about the content, and even the writing, the beat writing that's been going on this season, on the SFL website has been phenomenal. So I definitely think that it's awesome. I mean, the content here is incredible.
All right, it's over to Cameron Irvine. It's been 3 picks length long, but the wait will be definitely worth it.
It is wild with the 87th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft. The Vancouver Legion select tight end Abad Ruiz II. We also have a trade. Minnesota coming back into the draft. They are taking the 91st pick from Arizona. Arizona will get 2 4th-round picks from Minnesota next season, one from the Legend and one they acquired previously from Louisiana. So Minnesota back in the draft at 91. Meanwhile, Charleston, who got the Canton pick, is on the clock at 88.
Thank you, Cam. It's a tight end. For the first time all night, it's a tight end. Abad Ruiz II comes off the board. Brett Solberg. It was a late decision. It's a decision that a whole bunch of teams were scrambling for, but take us through what you guys like about Ruiz.
And this guy, he wasn't like in the fronts of our minds for quite a while here, but once we saw, one of the tight ends that we want taken right after us, if you want to go back and research what that pick was, it wasn't much of a scramble. It was more so, okay, who's next on deck? And Abad was, the next guy on deck for us because Andy had, talked with him extensively throughout last night just to see who he was, how he was doing. And the bigger thing for us is that he has an interest in coaching, and that's going to be big for us. I guess you can say the power plant of building coaches and GMs in Vancouver, and potentially with Abad adding into this mix here, I think that's a no-brainer, a slam dunk for us.
Absolutely great pick. And we move on to Big Ant, Anthony Ellison, on his reaction to Ruiz II, another big body tight end here gone in the draft.
Quarterback's best friends, big body tight ends. They can go over the middle, they can secure the catch and not fumble it. They can get the first downs. What I really like about it, and what Brett was talking about, is want to be a coach. So that means that the film room is going to be really good. It's going to be having another mind in there that can, that wants to learn, that's going to look at things a little bit different in the game film. And it's just that's the type of player that just gels your team together. And then plus can run block and get the catches when needed.
Okay. Mike O'Neill, as we still continue to wrap up pick 87, your final thoughts on Abad Ruiz II.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick for Vancouver. It's a developmental pick for sure. He's a tight end that they can build up. He already is better in run blocking than he is in any other trait. So like I said, I think that this is a solid pick that they can build up to be a developmental, run blocking tight end. And listen, Abad Ruiz is getting a great opportunity to play for a really good organization.
And Brett and Andy and everybody, for Coco up there, they all run a great ship in Vancouver. There's a reason why a lot of folks that go there stick around for a while. They know how to run a club. And now we move on to the Charleston Predators, who get to decide their next selection. And at the moment, as we've seen, teams will come in and then back out of the draft tonight. So many trades. Of the 27 picks here in the fourth and final round, only 9 picks are reserved for their original teams that earned them. The rest have all been traded away in one shape or form. So, Anthony Ellison, we'll go back to you. Charleston now on the clock. They've got Ricky Spider. They got Incognito, the strong safety, earlier tonight, and Roberts, the defensive end. Wide receiver, is wide receiver still an option for Charleston to go grab for them as the pick is in?
Absolutely. You can never go wrong with getting a extra offensive hand. Like it's out there, it's available. Find one, get a bigger target one. It's always good to have somebody who's like this tall, lanky that can go up and get the high point balls. But offense, you're going to need more offense to be competitive.
Well, it would be for their fifth string wide receiver option as we head over to SFL headquarters once again for the pick.
With the 88th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Charleston Predators select tight end Romeo June. Denver back on the clock with the 89th pick.
Romeo June comes off the board. That is now their third tight end on the roster. They got Brian Murphy in Lion Trees over there currently in Charleston. Mike O'Neill. It's no longer just Motor City with 3 tight ends.
No, this is exactly what Vancouver did. This is just taking a developmental tight end that they can bring in. That's a pretty good run blocker. 6'5", 250 pounds. This is another body to get in there to make way for their running backs, right, between Storm and Hoagland, and then the fullback in Sutherland. I think that Charleston, this is an excellent job from them now that they can. I mean, you can imagine running a tight end with blocking capabilities in the fullback slot or fullback situation and handing off to a Sutherland. Like, I mean, this sets them up in a good situation. I think this is a great pick for Charleston.
Okay, Brett Solberg, as we now move on to Denver and the Nightwings. They have a lot of picks. It continues on here. We can just take a list of names and a lot of good ones up there. Quintana, Cumbus, Vader, Alter, Puff, Jackson, and Schreiner all going to the Mile High City in Denver. Let's just walk through Denver once again, as we'll continue to do all night long.
Yeah, now they got themselves 2 defensive tackles to pair up with Reynosa and Brady. They've got 2 linebackers still with Quintana in the first round and Stephon Forge. They've got their 4 receivers, adding in Jackson. They got their 3rd corner in Schreiner just recently, and then getting Altair at the end of the second round stores up that tight end spot. It's going to be tough where they want to go here, but I have to say it's got to be linebacker.
Okay, linebacker for the Denver Nightwings, Anthony Ellison. That number of linebackers still remaining on the board continues to dwindle with each passing pick. At the moment, I see maybe about 5 or 6 guys still left to go here for Denver, as we get maybe a sixth member of the broadcast team, Ant.
Yeah, that is my crazy dog Bailey. I still see. So you got to think about it now. You want to have somebody to help you with special teams. But Marcus Benson is still there. Linebackers, there's nothing wrong with having a lot of linebackers, but maybe somebody who can help you with special teams on top of that.
Okay, Mike O'Neill, we'll pause on you. We'll come back to you after the pick from Cameron Irvine for Denver.
With the 89th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select outside linebacker Dusty Kilbrew. 90th pick goes to Florida. You are on the clock.
Well, here's the thing with Dusty, and I wonder how far the dust will travel because of how high he'll be up in those Colorado mountains. But Dusty Kilbrew gets off the board, and he goes to Denver in a team, Mike, that loves to build strong defensive players. Names like Adam Wiseman come to mind already, amongst others.
Yeah, I think this is a really good pick. You know, you're bringing in Dusty Kilbrew to kind of sit and play under like Stephon Forge, right? And really learn from some great players over there. I know that they're in a quote unquote rebuilding phase right now, but Dusty Kilbrew is a character pick. This is a guy that's active. This is a guy that's constantly, you know, in the chat and always talking. And Kilbrew has really got a good build, 6'4", 230 pounds as an outside linebacker. He is very, very young in his build, right? So he is a developmental pick for Denver, but that's all right. They're in a rebuild anyway. They're playing for the long haul. You know, I think that they could be in win now situation because I think that they've drafted some quality players, but this is 110% a long haul developmental pick.
Okay, Brett Solberg, is it a developmental pick or is it a character pick or both?
You know, a little bit of column A, a little bit in column B. Like Mike O'Neill said, 6'4", 230. That's a big body to kind of cover that middle of the field, and that's kind of what you want on either side of the defense. And he's got pretty decent coverage even with his early build here, so he could be that unsuspecting type of guy, to get interceptions from out of the blue. Remember, earlier this season in the minors, he did have a 96-yard pick six in one of his games, so he's capable of having those big play opportunities, especially with his ability to cover the football. Very much a coverage linebacker that Denver desperately needs.
Okay, and now as we move on from Dusty Kilbrew in Denver, we now go to Florida and their next selection.
With the 90th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Florida Storm select strong safety J.J. Bailey. Minnesota has the 91st pick by way of the Arizona trade. You are on the clock.
Okay, we talked about J.J. Bailey. It was rumored he might go, and a lot of folks in chat obviously were talking about Bailey not being off the board sooner. Anthony Allison, a steal for Florida potentially.
Absolutely. And the fact is you didn't have to do a lot of crazy movements right there, and you got your person. This is a fantastic. This is steal value. You got everything you need. This is one of those ones when you put the pick in, you can just leave for the rest of the day because you completed your draft with something really good stud of a safety, and they did it. That's a fantastic pick right there.
Mike O'Neill, Florida, as I said, it was their next pick, is actually their final pick at the moment here in the Season 21 draft. How would you rate Florida's draft?
Well, I think overall, it was a really good draft, but I think you're looking at the best pick by them in the entire draft with strong safety J.J. Bailey. We're talking about, this is a fourth-round pick that has literally, as I'm looking at it, the highest rated tackle abilities in the entire safety class. In the fourth round, Tyler. This is a steal and a half. This is a great, this guy's got everything. He's got speed, he's got agility, he's got coverage. In the highest tackle rating, which we know tackle is going to be a very necessary thing to rely on in this new game. So I think Florida just took the steal of their draft for sure.
Because all the impact plays are now built into the player as themselves. Nothing special, nothing extra can be added to them. And now we head to Minnesota and their pick, their one and only pick here in night number 2. We head to the land of 10,000 lakes and the SFL headquarters for the pick.
Mike, see you in week 3. With the 91st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Minnesota Legends select defensive end Brookie Burr. The 92nd pick goes to Houston. You're on the clock.
Well. Brookie Burr goes off the board. Mike O'Neill, let's talk about it.
That's amazing. Well, first of all, congratulations to my wonderful wife, Brooke. It's super cool. She was super excited. I think that Minnesota was like one of those teams that she had talked about, like she would love to go to and just didn't think it was a possibility. I don't know if there's a better fit for where she wants to go, like, or for her player and for her as an individual. Minnesota is a great organization, and they're getting a hell of a defensive end, realistically. Brookie Burr had 4 sacks this season. Like, her player she was second in the entire league for sacks at the defensive end position. And I couldn't be happier for not only her, but Minnesota.
And now you get to play against each other.
She's looking forward to that.
That is now a must-watch game for sentimental reasons in Week 3 when Minnesota plays at San Diego. Anthony Ellison, as we now move on to Houston's next selection and their final selection as it stands right now here at pick number 96 here in the SFL. Or what am I looking at? I'm looking at round number 22. They get 2 picks. 2 picks. They get this one in 95. My apologies, everyone. They've started off the last round with picking Ingram the third. They, of course, got Josh Slapp early on in the draft and now have a 2 running back tandem. But as we take a look at the draft war room and, of course, MSG Mike St. Green and Damon Simeon, the co-owners over there in Houston, take us through the minds of those 2 gentlemen.
Yeah, they're probably thinking what we've said, earlier here. We haven't seen them pick that third corner yet, and I just got 4 words for Houston: fly, Mike Bird, fly. That should be their pick there.
Well, you're trying to bring Philly isms into H-Town isms. Is that the plan now here, Brett?
Whatever works.
Whatever works, and maybe. Usually you get vultures around headhunters, but maybe there's just a regular bird flying around. We'll see what happens. Over to Cameron Irvine with Houston's selection.
With the 92nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Houston Headhunters select free safety Vernon Brothers. The 93rd pick is Sioux Falls. You're on the clock.
All right. Houston gains the brothers. Anthony Ellison, let's talk about Vernon Brothers and what makes him so special.
He's all around the football. Like, you got 10 pass deflections, 3 interceptions, 36 tackles. Like, that's a missile to the ball. Like, we're seeing this in this round, fantastic value picks. Like, fantastic picks that they can play week 1. And this is another one right here, Brothers, with just a stat filler right there. So, you got somebody that is going to help you. They need corner help. Maybe that he can play corner as well.
Absolutely. Mike O'Neill, Vernon Brothers, a name that we heard so much from here in the minor league.
Not just in the minor leagues, Tyler, but the combine as well. There was a good 15-minute run where all we talked about was Vernon Brothers because he just kept making plays. This was like the literal build for what he's going to look like in the new game. So I think that Houston just got a heck of a pick, in the late round. It's a really good pick. I don't know if Houston could have done any better on that round.
Great analysis there, Mike. Brett, over to you as we begin to rekindle the Sioux Falls flame. And well, speaking about the minor league, they just hosted the minor league championship game, becoming the second team to host both the SFL and SFL-M championship games. As their pick comes in, they're all going to come in thick and fast from now on. But Brett Solberg, quickly, Sioux Falls.
The outside linebacker, perchance? Do you get that third linebacker to kind of join in? I know they got Steven Gotts earlier to kind of get in that second option, but I'm looking elsewhere. They got their 4th receiver. They got their 2nd tight end. They got their punter in Warren in the 1st round. Do they really go anywhere else other than linebacker?
This at the moment is their final pick. Go over to Cameron Irvine with the call.
With the 93rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Sioux Falls Sparrows select linebacker Marcus Benson. The DC Dragons are on the clock with the 94th pick.
And so it is, linebacker Brett. You are correct. So let's go back to you and talk about Marcus Benson.
Another big body on the outside portion, 6'4", but 254. And he's, if you think of the last linebacker we talked about, he's probably the better version of him just out on the field here. Better coverage. He's a little bit faster, but the big thing for him is that he's able to have fantastic run coverage and get TFLs. And Sioux Falls is going to be facing a bevy of teams that are going to be focusing on their running game. And why not grab someone like Marcus Benson? Big body to fill up any holes, any gaps that the offensive line gives. Great pick for Sioux Falls. Probably another big steal coming from Sioux Falls too.
And Anthony Allison, over to you as we now talk about DC and what they will do. Of course, they picked up Miller not too terribly long ago, as defense was the order of the day for them. Now where do they go?
I would just keep adding defense. It just you can stash them away. You can make them development and just keep working on them, but pick up more defense. It doesn't hurt, and there's still good cornerbacks out there. So it doesn't hurt to keep on adding on top of your defensive stuff that you need.
Okay, Mike O'Neill, do you agree?
Yeah, 100%. I think Anthony hit it directly on the head. I think defensive back is where you got to go here, and there's still really, really, really good players, on the board. I mean, there's a great value there at cornerback. I would take a cornerback here if I were DC.
Okay, and finally over to Brett, your thoughts on the Dragons.
Yeah, and I'm going to be the third guy to agree on this one here. It's got to be defensive back of some form, probably corner. We talked about Jadubidu. We've talked about Mike Bird, Kippa Jones and Roy Towers, both in Ottawa, both high-value players as well. Again, Roy Towers still the highest value player left on the board in terms of corner. But I think one of these corners here definitely is going to be, a future DC Dragon here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, over in YouTube chat, you guys have heard us give us opinion on DC. I want to hear your opinion on where the DC Dragons will go. Put yourself in the mind of Shabazz Synergy and Destro over there in DC. And where would you go? Who would you pick in this regard from the remaining pool of players? And no, Zach Holdorf, he can't draft Hugo because he's already been drafted at least 13 million other times. But who would you guys go after? Love to see your guys' responses down in the comments as we continue to talk about what to expect here in this next era of the SFL, and we've built up to it, right? We've talked about the preseason, we've talked about content. Let's start to talk about the big event that's going to kick off everything. And no, it's not Mike O'Neill's chair. I hope he does bring it though. But let's talk about the SFL convention in Cincinnati, Ohio, July at the end of the month, last weekend of said month. I think the 27th, because that's when I'm going to be there along with a whole bunch of others, but it's truly from the 28th to the 30th of July in Cincinnati, Ohio. Mike O'Neill, you'll be there. Brett Solberg, you'll be there. I'll be there. Unfortunately, Anthony, you won't be there. We'd love to see you, though, eventually. We'd get to see you on camera, so that's always good. But, Mike, you're going to the convention. Let's talk about the convention for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an awesome time, man. If anybody who is on the fence about maybe considering, going or making the trek, totally do it. I mean, Brooke and I went for the first time last year in Vegas, and it was just unbelievable. I mean, it really, you were there, Tyler. I mean, it was amazing. It really was a great experience. And it was so cool being able to get to know all these people and put names or put faces to names and everything like that. It was an excellent experience. Highly recommend it. But even more so, man, we're changing to a new game. It's going to be week 1, right? We're going to have all of these teams. We have some great matchups in week 1. We're going to be seeing new plays, new identities, new stadiums, new uniforms, everything all at once. And who doesn't want that experience in person on a big screen surrounded by nothing but players and coaches? 5
live games where you get to see everyone's reaction live. And we'll talk more about it here in just a second, but the pick is in from Lord Destro over to the SFL commissioner.
With the 94th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the DC Dragons select cornerback Jadoobie Doo. Houston back on the clock with the 95th pick.
What it do, Jadoobie Doo? Oh, there we go. I'm not going to sing again, but Jadoobie Doo finally gets his due, and he's going to DC. Brett Solberg. Jadoobie Doo is Jadoobie gone.
Yeah, and he's going to be a Jadoobie factor in the worst pun I could ever make here for the DC Dragons here. Elite speed, workhorse energy, great coverage. He's got the ability to catch these interceptions here. He's going to be a guy that is just pure coverage, and he's going to step right in to DC as a 4th round pick to be one of those key factors in the pass defense for DC. Another great steal from the Dragons here. Solidify that defensive core by getting Jadoobie Doo. Fantastic pick.
Anthony Ellison, your reaction to Doo finally coming off the board?
It was well overdue. I did one of yours. It's gonna be great in sentiment and defense, but also in the return game too with the elite speed. So it's just you got somebody who can plug and play day one, especially on these special teams.
And we were talking about conventions, and Houston, of course, hosting a previous convention, hosted the second convention, if I do so remember correctly, in 2021. Mike O'Neill, let's talk about the Headhunters for a quick second, and where are they headed after they got this pick? Not from themselves. I'm trying to remember who they got it from, but they got this pick after a trade. Let's talk about where they're headed.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, shout out to my boy Jadoobie Doo. I got to throw that out there. DC just got a steal. We watched him in the combine. He went up against 6 or 7 different receivers and locked down the receivers every single time on the same routes. Excellent pick by DC. Crazy got him in the 4th round. Talking about Houston, I think we see again. I think we go corner again. And I think a guy that Brett's been mentioning, Mike Bird, I really think that, that could be a good option. Roy Towers, there's a couple of different ones that we could go, but I think we see Houston go corner here.
Okay, Houston going corner after Jadoobie Doo comes off the board, trying to react to it. Anthony Ellison, back to you.
Yeah, I do agree. Go back and get corner, Mike Bird. You have so much great talent still left over, and you can't go wrong. But yeah, add another corner because you just need them. This is what you need in the league now.
All right. And well, since we were on the topic of conventions, Brett, it's going to be your first one. I've been to a couple, but this will be your first convention, and we're planning on making it a blast over here in Cincy.
6.5 years in the league, kind of stuck north of the border. There was a possibility that I could have gone in 2020 and 2021, but border issues were the big thing, especially in 2021, where it was still unclear whether with the border situation. But now this year, more financially stable, was able to get everything done. Passport locked up, flight locked up, extra spending money locked up, noogieing Tyler in the head with his flat cap on locked up at this point. And earlier on today, people are saying an intense stare down between myself and O'Neill here, but you guys have to remember that if we stand face to face, all I'm going to see is air, because I got probably a good 1.5 foot advantage over him.
That's good. Well, now it's really heating up.
Let's go. You want to fight? Let's do it.
Never anger a Canadian. Just don't even waggle any maple syrup in their direction, and they will fight you for it. Anthony Ellison.
Hey, Brett. Before you throw a punch, are you gonna say Purdon?
No.
No, after he'll punch, he'll say sorry, eh? I didn't mean to punch you that hard. I'll punch you even harder next time.
Sorry.
Vancouver, San Diego, week 12.
Yeah, let's go.
There we go. O'Neill Solberg on an SFL field. Let's go. Anthony Ellison, are you going to be ringside commentating this one?
Absolutely, please. I want to be there for that.
We'll need to talk to the SFL broadcast director Mike Dagg to see if we get Anthony Ellison on the call for that one. But we head back to Houston with Mike St. Green's and Damon Simeon's selection. Back over to Cameron Irvine.
With the 95th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Houston Headhunters select cornerback Mike Bird. Queen City on the clock with the 96th pick.
Mind that bird, or I should say Mike that bird has won the Kentucky Derby. Mike O'Neill, another Mike. There's a lot of Mikes here. We got a couple of microphones, but Mike Bird flies the coop of the SFLM and lands in H-Town.
Yeah, I mean, Brett's been talking about him all night. 6'4", 215 pounds. This is a big-bodied corner that really comes in that's physical. And we're talking like the fastest of the fast out of the cornerback class. So, I mean, 6'5", 215. This guy is quick. He's aggressive. His coverage is amazing. I mean, his jump is great. We're talking about an elite corner here taken in the 4th round by Houston.
There's only a few names left on Madison right about now. Sunseri's still on there. I wonder if Vedaducci is still hanging around somewhere. But at the moment, Sunseri, a pivotal member of this championship-winning squad, especially after the injury to Dylan Lewis in that championship game where he completely balled out. Brett Solberg, how is Chris Sunseri not off the board? And is this where Queen City picks them?
It's potentially it there, but now that we're seeing less receivers being picked out of this, you're starting to see the offense form for a lot of these teams. They might be content with just 4 receivers. They might be content and not getting that 5th one because they might say to that player, hey, we might not have as much field time for you as other teams would. So it doesn't feel right for us to get another receiver because where are we going to put you? The best we could do is give you some time on special teams. That's about it. So the question is Queen City happy with 3 receivers? Which I think the answer should be no. I think this is where one of the receivers left on the board gets picked, and there's still plenty left to choose from here. You look at guys like Timothy Mossam King. We talked about him yesterday and even tonight. He's still the highest value receiver available. You've got the Lone Madison receiver left in Chris Sunseri. There's still guys like Henry McGee and Zane Amani Kaysen from Ottawa still to pick. Like, there's plenty of options to choose from. It's just whether or not they pull the trigger on getting that 4th receiver.
And we take a look, Anthony Ellison, at a lot of these minor league teams and how vastly different they're going to look in a season's time. Take us through your thought process. Do you agree with Brett? Do they need another receiver with so many teams now, supporting 4, if not 5 receivers apiece?
Well, you gotta protect yourself. If somebody gets injured and you only have 3, then you're forcing, another tight end, a running back in the receiving slot. You need to, even if they don't get the playing time, communicate with them. You talk with them like, hey, this is what we envision for you. Special teams with a 4 wide receiver package will get you in there. But the fact is, you need to put depth on you. We talked about depth the whole day today. You got to add it so you can be good just in case something happens.
They've had an even mix, Mike O'Neill, of what they're trying to attack for. A couple of defensive players in Alex Marshall, a fantastic pick in that regard, who's been around the league for quite some time now. Kilgannon, the linebacker, and, of course, the tight end Matthews and the wide receiver as of just the first pick of the night, Bob Wood. Where, in your mind, does Queen City attack with this next pick?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we've said it before, they've had an excellent draft. I mean, incredible draft. Really, all of their players have been amazing that they've taken up the board and great value. I think here, with the addition of Trellis Blanton, I love, I'm going to second what Brett said, Timothy Mossam King, giving Trellis Blanton a big body, 6'6", 226, right, with Matt, as the best speed in the class. I mean, this is a great pick to get behind the defense and giving yourself a big-bodied receiver. I love the idea of Mossam King to Queen City being paired up with Trellis Blanton.
Okay, Brett, with 30 seconds left on the clock, we'll go back to you and go back to the convention and start talking week one. We've got all the matchups already up on the brand new Simulation Football League website, and we get to start talking about these games now with a better idea of what these teams look like. So, without any bias to your game coming up in week one, so no Vancouver Alamo City talk. What's the game you're looking forward to in week number one?
Pretty simple. It's teams that are looking to change themselves and kind of change their own narratives here. I'm looking at Portland and Seattle at week one. That's going to be a matchup. I think that really sets the tone for both team seasons here. Seattle made big moves. They got Ty Patak. How is he going to perform in that first game? Is he going to have week one jitters? Or is Portland, with that new look, getting Scott Johnson, what's that offense going to look like out of it? Is it going to be the Ezekiel Love show even more? Or are we going to see more love from Cyrus Jive out of it offensively? That is an intriguing matchup for me, not for division purposes or anything, but just from the outlooks of these teams.
And we look at this whole new era, Anthony Ellison, almost like the world of Formula One did when they went through their massive, really revolutionary regulation changes from all those aerodynamic bits on the side of the car to now bringing back another term, ground effect, or having the underside of the car provide a lot more ground effect. The car's looking vastly different. The league is going to look vastly different in week one, and we're going to see players and teams act differently. What excites you about this new era?
Who's going to make the leap? Who's going to make the adjustment quicker? With all the new stuff that's going on, with all the new player personnel, who is going to make the adjustment to what's going on, what the new stuff is? And then who's going to think they can stick in their old ways and maybe fall behind? So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a nice little dynamic with the people who are trying to add more offense, where they got 5 receivers and 6 cornerbacks. It's all about who's going to make the adjustment the quickest.
And hopefully Queen City hopes this next pick leads them on to a path of brighter days. Over to the SFL Commissioner Cameron Irvine with the call.
With the 96th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Queen City Corsairs select defensive end Oliver Ridge. The 97th pick is San Diego. You are on the clock.
Oliver Ridge, another top defensive end, gets his name called. Mike O'Neill. Let's talk about Ridge for just a moment.
Sure. Yeah, 6'5", 250 pounds. Again, we're seeing these depth picks, these developmental picks. Ridge is a great player. He's got great size, and clearly Queen City really wants to shore up the defensive end position. They want to try and get pressure, on the opposing quarterbacks to help, rookies like Alex Marshall out in the defensive back room. So I think it's a great pick. I think you can never have enough depth on the defensive side of the ball, especially going into this new game. And yeah, I think it's a good pick. I think I could have gone elsewhere. With Queen City, I would have gone wide receiver, but I'm not mad at the defensive end pick.
All right, and so we move on to one of the final 3 picks remaining that are in the hands of the original team that had their pick. So San Diego, pick number 97 for them here in the Season 21 SFL Rookie Draft. And we go back to Brett Solberg for this one. A couple of really good picks. A Minu dropped right in their hands last round, and now they get a chance to continue to build over there in Mavland.
Now we're getting to the point. We look at San Diego, and they got a bunch of guys on this team already. Now it's going to be trying to find players who are happy in those reserve roles, I guess you could call it here, because looking at this team, they've got 2 fullbacks in here. You got 4 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. They've got their full defensive line. They now have 4 linebackers. They've got 7 defensive backs when you include the safeties here, and they've got their special teams locked up with Cliff Allen and Henry Glenn at punter. So this one, for me, throw something at the dartboard, and I'm probably going to be close.
Okay, Anthony Ellison, let's have your take on San Diego.
Well, Brett was talking about throwing something at the board, but that'd be a quarterback. So why not have it? You got all these backups and everything, so why not have a quarterback come in there for and fight and battle? So that's what I see when you have all these backups and all the depth that you have for this team. Go ahead and throw Kenny Slider in there.
Yeah, and it does bring in the question. They did bring in Johnny Pickler. Is he going to be a one-season quarterback, or are they going to have to set up for the future here? And Kenny Slider would be the perfect future for the Mavs.
And that brings up a really good talking point as well. Mike O'Neill in a head coaching role. Maybe you can give us some insight on the Johnny Pickler situation, because right now it seems kind of controversial to bring in an owner of a different SFL franchise. And while his team is in hiatus as he rebrands it, or potentially rebrands it, he is now a part of a different organization. Can you just walk us through that process in a little bit more detail for us?
Sure, yeah. I think the Pickler, really, let's be honest, like, look at our roster. Like, San Diego is in a win now situation. We fully believe going into this season that we were a contender. We're a contender going into season 21, and we believe that Johnny Pickler sets us over the edge for that. I mean, when you have a quarterback of that caliber, and let's be honest, it's also not just for, we want the Johnny Pickler off the field that just as much as we want the Johnny Pickler on the field.
This is the 2020 a Dateline 2020 question for you, and I want to get it straight from the head coach. Is he one season and out, or is there potential for him to stick around and sell the rights to SFL London?
I can't give any definitive answers there, but I can tell you this. It is fully our intention to win a championship with Johnny and give him no choice but to stay.
Interesting. Thank you, Mike. And Anthony, let's go to you. Back to week one. Brett said it was Seattle and Portland, the debut of Ty Patak for Seattle under center, and maybe it's the start of a rebuild for Portland and a sign of intent for both clubs. Your game to watch in week one.
He took my game. I am really excited to watch Portland and Seattle because they've been in the runnings in the last couple seasons. This is gonna be a tough division, and the fact is somebody has to go 0-1. Somebody has to start out with a loss, and then you got to fight your way back in that division, and it's going to show you. And this is not just them; it's going to be all throughout the league who has the willpower to keep on pushing, because there's going to be some tough matchups. It's going to be more dynamic offense out there. You're going to have to play defense a little bit differently. That's why you see these teams drafting 6 cornerbacks, 7 cornerbacks, and all the linebackers, and get yourself a good punter and a kicker. So it's going to be very interesting in the whole league. But I was literally going to say Portland and Seattle, because it's going to set the tone.
All right, Mike O'Neill, your pick of the litter for week one, besides San Diego and Arizona, which will be for sure a really good game to watch.
I'm going to go with Indy and Minnesota. I mean, let's be honest here. This is a great rivalry. And with your pick, you guys have had some killer picks, both sides, obviously, with Minnesota picking Brooke, and Indianapolis, picking Maliadus Manning, who is very high on San Diego's board, by the way. That's somebody that it's going to be interesting to see. I think that we could really, really see a defensive standout there in that game. And I really predict that Indy-Minnesota game to be less than 21 points total.
Wow. And maybe that will happen. We'll have to see in week one. But for now, Mike O'Neill's San Diego Mavericks pick is in. Over to Cameron Irvine.
With the 97th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the San Diego Mavericks select free safety King Bradshaw. Las Vegas is back on the clock with pick 98.
King Bradshaw comes off the board. He goes to the San Diego Mavericks. Anthony Ellison, talk to us. What does what does the King bring to the Mavericks?
Physicality. Loves to, somebody who loves to just want to tackle, want to hit somebody, want to make contact as much as they can. The fact is, when you have 41 tackles at a safety position, that means that you just want to run to the ball. You want to make sure that they don't gain any extra yards. Can defend as well, with 3 pass defense, had an interception as well. So you're getting a good complete package, but you get somebody who just want to tackle, who want to be physical with the receivers.
Okay, Brett Solberg, Bradshaw. And Bradshaw's a name of a different football league, but it's a very strong name that we hear amongst all football circles.
Yeah, and just the Bradshaw name. You're just even thinking in this league here, you've got Jordan Bradshaw, the kicker over in Jacksonville, and that's one of the highest paid kickers in the league here. We're going to show out, see if they can get their perfect season kicker in tow here. And I'm looking at King Bradshaw here for St. Louis as a kind of a high risk, high reward type of player here. He's got fantastic coverage. He can catch, he can tackle to the best of his abilities, but he doesn't have the agility of a top tier safety in this league. So is that going to hold him back in this league here? But he's got someone to fall right ahead of him in Bob Funk. We know all about Bob Funk's ability to play defense here. So if you want to learn how to play in that free safety position, you go to Bob Funk, and that's just a great pick, a good mentorship pick there.
Quick shout out to Alt Christopher in chat. I appreciate you saying so. And if you want to find a similar caddy cap or a scally cap, as they're called, head over to Boston Scally. Not sponsored in any way, shape or form, but that's where I get my flat cups from. Really good company over there in Boston, as of course. Mike O'Neill. We now move on to less hatty things and on to more flying things with the Fury as they tick closer to the halfway point in their pick clock. A couple of picks on the board, of course, Switch Thumper being the biggest name, as Thumper, of course, became the first backup quarterback drafted in SFL history. Where does Las Vegas go from here? Because they obviously can't draft a third quarterback.
Yeah, so realistically, first, before I start off, I want to say welcome to the Mavs, King Bradshaw. We're excited to have you on board. We loved what we saw, out of your just your build and your player in general in the SFLM, and we're excited to bring you into the Mavs family and can't wait to have you on the field. Talking about the Fury, let's I don't know. You could go defensive tackle. We're getting a little weak here at defensive line, so it's slim pickings, right, with defensive line. You could always go the route of, picking up a linebacker and having them kind of play a hybrid position to help with the, off the line as well, or like an edge rusher. There's different things that you can do, but I think we definitely see either linebacker or defensive line for sure for the Fury.
All right, we'll see where Justin Ruside and company went in Las Vegas, Cam. Andre Tucker, another corner, comes off the board as the DBs are flying off the board here in the last few picks. They've got 4 of the last 5 and 5 of the last 7. Anthony Ellison.
So you got somebody that's going to be on the special teams to start out with. Returning game, has the speed to do that. So that's really good when you can get somebody in this number and they can play special teams. Obviously had a good season on the defensive side right there, but you got somebody that's just versatile and can do it all. So, and obviously having defense, adding more defensive players there is going to help you just in general.
All right, Brett Solberg, as we talk about DBs, we have to mention Roy Towers still on the draft board here for Denver, as they've got 3 of the last 10 picks. You're going to see 3 Denver picks at the moment, 2 Alamo City and 2 Vancouver picks. That's what makes up some of the last 10 picks to go.
And I think that's what Denver kind of wanted so that they can get themselves, a little bit more of a pick of the litter when it comes to, the last, couple spots where they can go with, either with this pick or with 106 or 108, that fourth corner, because they got Schreiner earlier. They focused on getting that the second outside linebacker in Destiny Killebrew. And now, again, it's really pick of the litter for them in terms of what they want to do here. Do they want to go, potentially a second tight end? Is there a second tight end still available out there that Denver wants? Could they go with, an extra safety here to really solidify that, that safety core? Because right now you have Lucas Devora and Strike Vader. Who else is going to join in that with that safety lineup? So right now I'm thinking either fourth corner or you're looking at a safety here. It's defensive back for me.
Okay, Mike O'Neill, DB as well.
So I think you definitely go corner here for Denver. And the reason I say that, if you look on the other side, let's talk about Vice Wars for a second. Let's talk about the team that just picked with the Fury, right? Doug Britton, Mason Kirby, Prince Wonder, Alice Itera. That's just four. These are good receivers. Like, Denver's going to have to compete, right? They need to have at least four corners. I think that they go for, and just speaking generally about the best overall players on the board right now, cornerbacks, for sure. Take a cornerback. You're trying to rebuild a team, which means you need the highest value across the board.
All right, and the pick is in from Jeremy Vega and company. Back over to SFL headquarters.
I was muted again. See, I caught it. Andre Tucker, congrats for Las Vegas. Let's try again. With the 99th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select tight end Keith Wheeler. The 100th pick is Vancouver. You are on the clock.
Keith Wheeler off the board. Another tight end for Struthers over there in Denver. Mike O'Neill, Keith Wheeler.
Yeah, Keith Wheeler, I think it's a good pickup, and props, Brett, because that tight end pick was pretty spot on. I get what Denver's trying to do. I don't agree. I think that they should have gone corner here. Taking the chance whenever you've got more teams picking at the end of this draft. I would go ahead and take up the best value. But talking about Wheeler, I think this is a pretty good pickup. Just looking at his build here he is, Keith Wheeler, 6'4", 255. He's got speed. He's got pretty good speed for a tight end. But he's a developmental pick. He he's not very far along, which the benefit is Denver gets to craft him into who they want him to be, which is great. And maybe they'll get, a loyal character out of this. But, again, congrats to Keith Wheeler. I think that, Denver will be able to do something with him, but I would really have liked to see a corner here because I think you could have gotten Keith later.
Okay. They still got two more picks. They have pick 106 and the quote Mr. Irrelevant pick at number 108, which will for quite some time until we have draft expansion or minimization. Number 108 will be the Mr. Irrelevant number for the next few seasons, and especially, and not to really discredit any Mr. Irrelevance, because as we've seen in the past, let's just talk about Los Angeles for a split second here, because they have one of the most impactful Mr. Irrelevance in Chris Lee on their team, which made it just an incredible impact his rookie season and continues to do so, being now the number one wide receiver in Los Angeles. So Anthony Ellison, lost still to talk about Denver, but for now we go back to Vancouver and stay in the Pacific Northwest. And now Vancouver with getting their tight end, and we saw another tight end come off the board here with Denver. Where does Vancouver go now?
So, this is when you get towards the bottom half of the draft, you can take a shot on different things. You can gamble a little bit. I don't see, but Willie Smoke is still there, another running back that has really good all-purpose numbers, had a fantastic playoff game, rushed for 111 yards in the playoff game right there. Sitting there, the last running back drafted, I was hoping that Denver can come around, still got 2 more picks, but maybe something a little bit different. 2 running back system doesn't hurt at all. And then you can play special teams as well with it.
Rochelle Costa, don't be making fun of Brett. That's his thinking face. That's his thinking pen. It adds to, it's a plus 10 intelligence modifier when he bites into that pen. So Mike O'Neill, over to you for Vancouver.
Yeah, I think I second Anthony. I think that a second running back would be great for Vancouver. I think with Smoke still sitting there, I really think it would be a no-brainer. At some point, you're going to have to give your running back a rest, and God forbid that your starter go down and you don't have anybody else in the backup slot. I would, if I were Vancouver, I would take a second running back here. But again, what do we know? We're just analysts, Tyler.
I think a few people in chat might have been saying that. That analysts know nothing because we don't coach, but we do give our opinions and we give them wholeheartedly. And to your guys' point with Willie Smoke, they already have Logan Lee and Robert Redford, so a 3-back system would truly be something to behold for sure. And as the pick comes in for Vancouver, we'll get Brett's reaction to the pick after Cam and Irvine announces it. I think this guy is going to make some noise, kind of like Chris Lee. Did any other GM see this guy in the SFLM championship game? Because he just went off. As soon as Dylan Lewis went down, Chris Sunsery stepped up and took control. So, Brett, I already know why he's a good pick. You tell the rest of the SFL Nation why he's a good pick.
It's tough not to pass on a guy like Sunseri as well, and that is he's one of the guys that we were looking at very much earlier as well, but we just had needs in other positions. So again, we have 2 receivers fall into our hands. And now we have just this great selection of wide receivers to go to. I know for sure we're doing an empty set, 5 receiver set, so that's no problem with us. We're going to have that option available for Sunseri to get his action in here, and it makes that passing game ever more present. People think of Robert Redford right away, but you almost forget a couple seasons ago, we were known as the passing team of the league. And I would love to establish that back, maybe for the fact that I can get back to 1,000 yards this season, but we'll see what happens.
It took you a while to hit a couple milestones this past season, so we won't talk about it too much. But Anthony Ellison, we move on from north of the border to near south of the border, just a few, about 50 or 100 miles away from the Mexico City border, the Mexico border. We head to San Antonio again for their first of 2 final picks in this season's draft. They got this pick from Minnesota and then eventually from Indianapolis after Indy tried to trade up, and Alamo City gets an extra pick.
Yeah. Right now you're looking for special teamers and people who can help in like certain situations. So tight end, nothing wrong with adding, because you can make a tight end a receiver. If you can get something that has a good value for it, I see tight end here.
Okay, tight end says Ant. Mike, do you agree?
Yeah, I could see tight end. I could see tight end, or I could see going back on the defensive side of the ball and continuing to add depth. I would say tight end probably would make the most sense depending on who we have left on the board. I'm trying to pull that. Do you have that in front of you, Tyler?
Say that one more time for me, please, Mike.
The tight ends. Who do we have left on the board?
On the board for tight ends, we don't have too many remaining. Major
No,
Camp,
it's pretty slim.
Oba Bruin and Janko Mulder, I believe, are the remaining ones. I believe Quinzel Jones, we talked about it earlier, may or may not be in the league at this present time.
right? So if Quinzel Jones is there, obviously I would go Quinzel Jones, but otherwise, I think a developmental tight end would be just as good. I definitely like the idea from Anthony for sure. I second that.
Okay, Brett Solberg. I mean, almost everyone's been put in the Matrix by Mo Martin Jr., but who is he bringing out of the Matrix to join this artillery?
Oh, again, another tough pick here. Now, once we get to these last picks here, for me, it's like rolling the dice to figure out really who they're going to grab. And again, having all these picks in night 2 really fills up any positions of needs. And I feel like these last 2 picks for Alamo City are just like, I don't want to say like just, extra gravy picks, I guess you could say, but they could really go anywhere here. And I hopefully with us Vancouver picking a 5th receiver, it kind of, gets a little bit more of a trickle down effect to the other wide receivers that are available, like Timothy Mossam King, which I still can't believe is still available at this point, as well as one other receiver we had a look at earlier in Barney Burner from Lexington. That's another guy that probably could have been picked earlier in the round as well. Just there has been a need. So maybe we've kicked that curb again and we're back to picking receivers back to back.
Okay. And as we start to wind down here in this draft, about 8 picks remaining, it's time to start looking back on this draft. And Rochelle Colson is looking at how many players have Alamo City signed before the draft. They seemed like they were drafting almost just taking almost everybody. They have at least 30 players currently on their roster. I don't have the exact number for it. I'll come back to Rochelle here in just a moment. But Mike O'Neill, as we look back on this draft, got about a minute to say your early winners of this draft.
Oh, I think without a doubt, I think it's been Queen City. I have to go Queen City. I think that Queen City landed essentially. I think 4 of their picks really could have been taken in the first round, and nobody would have questioned it.
All right, that number is now 34, barring these next 2 picks for Alamo City. So at the end of the night, they'll have around 36 players, unless they trade them away, which may or may not happen. There's still plenty of time left here at the end of the draft. So Brett Solberg, as we find out here maybe in just a moment what is going on with this pick, let's go to you real quick. Your winner of the draft.
Oh boy, that's tough. I got to look back at all the previous picks here, and I think a lot of teams had some victories here and there in the draft. You know what? I think the ultimate winner for me still has to be Seattle, and that's simply because of Type Attack, a guy that should have been picked for me 4 seasons ago, and he's picked number 1 overall, as I feel like he deserves to be number 1, and he's going to be the quarterback of the future, the present, at any moment. He might be the face of that Nemesis franchise for this season, and I have to give that big dub to Doug Day and the entire staff over there in Seattle.
Absolutely. And so as you see here, all of a sudden we see Jacksonville on the clock because Alamo City sent this pick number 101, over to Jacksonville for a next season 3rd round pick, a 3rd round for a 4th round, for a future pick for a current pick. Very interesting call. But as you're looking at Alamo City, you're looking at, well, they've already got 34 guys currently. So Anthony Ellis and Jacksonville now on the clock.
Yeah, it's good to say you can add depth on defense. To see what you have left, maybe one of the linebackers. At this point, another defensive back. It doesn't, you can't go wrong with it, because they can look for somebody who can play multiple positions and somebody who can, you can help develop.
Okay, Mike O'Neill, Duval boys starting to work in something. And it sounds like they were pretty quick on the draw with this one. And so we'll actually get to you right after the pick. Real quickly, it seems like Jacksonville had their finger on the button.
Do I have my finger on the button? Sorry about that. Chris Senseri, huge shout out. Pick 100 to Vancouver. there it is. That's what's been happening here late in the fourth round. With the 101st pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select cornerback Roy Towers. Seattle on the clock with pick 102.
He is free. Roy Towers, it gets his name called. He is out of the minor league and over into Jacksonville. Another solid pick for the Kings as they take a Roy Towers, a much touted man by his teammates. Mike O'Neill, let's talk about Towers.
This is an excellent pick for Jacksonville. Ultimately, you just snagged a really, really good corner, that plug and play. 6'1", 195, so he's middle of the pack as far as size goes, but where he lacks in size and weight, he makes up for with his intangibles, his speed, his agility, his coverage is through the roof. I mean, like, he's got as good as you can possibly be in these areas. He is already there. Jacksonville gets an immediate plug and play corner that they can slot almost into anywhere on the field based on his attributes.
Very nicely done. As we go on to Brett Solberg's win of the draft so far, the Seattle Nemesis, of course, type attack, number 1 overall pick, is the big storyline coming out from them. But of course, they have Young, the defensive end selection as well from the second round, if I do remember correctly. So they get their last and final pick of the night here in the season 21 draft. And what do the purple and lime green go for here?
We've seen with Seattle, there's still a few spots that potentially could be filled here. And I'm looking at the offensive spot, and we Anthony talked about Willie Smoke earlier. That'd be a nice place to be, that running back 2 right behind Bellew Scott, who was at one point in the re-signing period the highest paid running back in the game here. But running back 2 ain't that a bad an option. Tight end 2 is also a spot that I maybe look at. Is there another tight end 2 happening in the league here in Seattle?
All right, the pick is in from the Nemesis, who goes over to, well, it won't be sleepless in Seattle for sure with this pick.
With the 102nd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Seattle Nemesis select cornerback Sammy Seatbelt III. Las Vegas is back on the clock with pick 103.
Well, I don't know what else to say because there's 3 seatbelts. Apparently, I guess one is not enough. I mean, the more safety you can have, the better. And of course, if you have more security in the defensive backfield, Brett Solberg, the better for your defense.
Yeah, and that brings them to a 4th defensive back, joining Denzel Valentine, Amar Bryant Jr., and the aforementioned Doug Day to kind of throw in there. But the big thing for Sammy Seatbelt is that he's going to be faster than all these guys here, even at a towering 6'3". Again, you talk about big receivers, you got to have big defensive backs to counteract with that. And he's going to be a nice coverage guy. He's going to be focusing mainly on pass deflections more than anything else. He does have a bit of an ability to intercept that football, but he is going to be that step-for-step corner against these tall receivers.
Okay, Anthony Ellison, you get a choice here with this one. I'll give you 2 doors. Do you want to talk about Sammy Seatbelt, or do you want to go ahead and start talking about Las Vegas?
No, I'll talk about Sammy Seatbelt. One of those boundary cornerbacks that you can have him on an island on a cover 3, and he can go for the ball. He does have good ball skills when it comes to that, and then also he can also tackle. So it's really good to have a corner that you can put maybe ISO away, so that one receiver on the one side, while everybody else is on the other, and then they can lock it up. So this is a good thing. Can also help with special teams as well. So this is a really good pick.
Absolutely. All right, Mike O'Neill, let's now move on to Las Vegas. Anthony took Seatbelt, so I guess you have to fly off the handlebars without one here in Las Vegas. And there's a couple of names out there, and Zebra Vedaducci remains the only player on a championship Madison Lynx squad. Do we see an entire minor league team be extradited, or that's probably probably worst name, but liquidated for brand new players coming into that organization?
I think that we do see that. Yes. I don't think we see it here. I don't think we see Las Vegas go there. I think realistically what we could see is a second halfback in Vegas. I could see Willie Smoke going and landing in Las Vegas here to back up Hubba Kimbrell.
Okay, all right, Anthony Ellison, over to you. Do we see the final running back in this class come off the board?
I do. I agree with Mike. I think Willie Smoke is a good play here just because of the versatility, and you can't go wrong with having extra running backs just in case, like, God forbid, anything happens injury-wise or anything. So to have somebody who can catch it at the backfield and run, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Brett Solberg, over to you. They're on the same mindset there. We're taking a halfback. So let's try and switch things up and see who might they go with if it's not Smoke.
Let's take a look at that roster one more time here. Let's see. They could go with a lineman if possible. There is a possibility of getting that last Madison defensive tackle over there. It's getting tougher and tougher as we go down because, again, Las Vegas has done a great job in filling positions of need here. Are we looking at potentially a seventh defensive back heading to Las Vegas here? Do they go corner out of this? There's a couple guys like Nick Twice would be a nice pick here as well. But I think, right now the obvious might be Willie Smoke just because he's kind of the glamour pick right now.
Okay, interesting. So we've got Mike's opinion and Brett's opinion on their winner. Anthony Ellison, who's your winner of the draft as we start to close out things here tonight?
So I have two. One is because they got a lot of picks, and that's Denver wheeling and dealing, able to fill their roster. Like, instead of getting 2 or 3 high value, let's get a bunch of them so we can put them in. And then Vancouver, because when you can look at your draft board and things can fall in your lap over and over and over again, that means that your evaluation that you did coming up to the draft hit. That means that you got the players that you want to, and it always feels good when you can get the players that you want before the draft happened. So I do give it to them as well.
All right, so that's the winners. Let's talk about the flip side of the coin. Not necessarily losers, but Mike O'Neill, where are some of these teams? Which team in your mind might have some work to do throughout this entire season? And it's maybe not just because of draft, but just in general, who might struggle this season?
Man, laying me with the heavy questions. I think that we could probably see Sioux Falls struggle a little bit. I liked a couple of their picks, but I think that they could have. There's other things, other priorities that they could have addressed earlier on for higher value. I really think that they had a better day 2 than they had a better day 1, but I think Sioux Falls, to me, is one of the teams that doesn't have a screaming identity right now built out from the roster, if that makes sense.
Okay, so the identity of Vegas is to be bold and flashy. Who joins the Fury?
With the 103rd pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Las Vegas Fury select wide receiver Barney Burner. Vancouver's on the clock with pick 104.
Interesting selection. Barney Burner comes off the board and goes to Vegas. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that makes 6 wide receivers in Las Vegas. They've got Kirby Wonder, Itera, and Britton already there, and now they've got Jacob Morrison and Barney Burner also there. So it's 6 wideouts, Mike O'Neill and company. Mike, let's get your opinion on this. It's an interesting decision. Not only do they have a backup quarterback, but they have a backup wide receiver now as well.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. We haven't seen now. I'm not knocking it to the point because I mean, let's be honest. We're sitting here preaching that every team needs to have at least 6 DBs, right? So I'm not knocking the fact that they have 6 wide receivers. I just think that there are other places they could have gone. For instance, what happens? Like we got to ask the question: what happens if Hubba Kimbrough goes down in a game? What happens? Because if we're being honest, you have to have both. You can't just come out and air it out or just run it. They have to work together. You have to have a run game. And if Hubba Kimbrough goes out, they don't have a backup. They don't have a serviceable option at backup besides a generic. And I think that could be troublesome for them. Now, talking about Brian Burner, I think that he's a great pick. 6'3", 225, big-bodied receiver. He's a great receiver. 89, or he's got high speed. He's got pretty good agility. I think that he's a serviceable pick for sure, and he's going to do well in Las Vegas. I just think that they could have gone halfback, and I think that should have been where they went.
Anthony Ellison, as we pivot from the Fury and their fury of picks, now we go to Vancouver, and they've got their final pick of the evening as it stands. As you said, things have fallen into the lap. Who falls into Andy and Brett's laps here?
I don't think it's needed, but we've been talking about Willie Smoke and how like it's always good to have backups of what you need. I think they had Logan Lee, you're right, and they skipped it last time, but it just doesn't hurt. It's just value. When you're looking at the best player available, like that's something. Willie Smoke had a fantastic minor league season, and it's still there on the board.
And that does bring up the point, because we have seen a couple of backups go to certain teams. It would be a third tailback for Vancouver, and how would a coaching staff work that into their system like that? And Michael, go back to you as Brett and Andy continue to deliberate. I don't see Smoke coming off the board here, though we have seen some pretty crazy things already tonight. They've got a couple new wide receivers there in Vancouver. That flushes up to 5 wide. They've got 2 tight ends now. And they've got 3 linebackers. I really don't see an opening spot unless they go quarterback.
I don't think they go quarterback. I think that they could. You could put Kenny Slider in there, but I just don't see the point. Because let's be honest, that's Christian Brown's job. Like there's no doubt about it that it's Christian Brown's job. They love Christian Brown over there, and rightfully so. He does a good job. I think he had a good season last season. But I think if we're talking about, I think they're in a good position because, and this is a position every team hopes to find themselves in, the best available player. It doesn't matter to them. It's all depth, right? The best available player. And I think if you're looking at some of the best available players in here, one that jumps off the board to me is Nick Twice. That's a corner that really is good, that serviceable option. You talk about how many wide receivers every team's going to have, or how many corners every team's going to have. It doesn't hurt with the new fatigue and stamina being a thing to have an extra serviceable backup corner. If your 5th corner on your roster is still a starting caliber corner, what is that going to say about your defense? So I could see them going with corner or even another safety here.
And we talk about some more backups, and they do have chance to win out there. So unless they go backup kicker or convert maybe a kicker to a punter, probably won't see that happen here tonight. Anthony, back to you as Vancouver's time dwindles here. Final thoughts, maybe a surprise pick, maybe a very, very depth pick coming up.
Well, we talk about like why would they have like X amount? Like you put the best players on the field and you make it work. So if let's say you have 3 really good running backs, yeah, you can do a 2-back system. You can have them out as a receiver. You can put them all in at once. And now the defense got to figure out who's the go-to thing. So the thing is, Vancouver, the whole draft, beginning players falling in their lap, and this is going to be another situation because either if you do offense. Or what Mike talk about with the cornerback as well, a starting caliber cornerback at almost at the bottom of the draft. Like you literally can't go wrong with a pick here because you have depth in every position.
Okay. As the time has expired on Vancouver, hopefully the pick has come in time. Potentially, we'll have to see here in just a moment. So while we have a moment, Mike O'Neill, we already talked about best games, winners and losers of the draft, as we'll have to get back to that thought here in just a second as the pick does come in and we go over to SFL headquarters.
With the 104th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select quarterback Austin Blanco. Alamo City is up next with pick 105.
Austin Blanco goes to Vancouver, and it is no longer a one quarterback system in Vancouver. Christian Brown now has some competition from a rookie quarterback. It is a name that Mike Daggs was asking about earlier. He has a touch of speed to him, and so Blanco joins the Azul and Blanco north of the border, Rhett Solberg.
Man, I will tell you, this is probably the toughest pick we had to make, just because we were flip-flopping between two guys, essentially. Two guys that, could have fit the system really well. And we just think that, Blanco just is the guy for us, not because of like a quarterback battle or anything like that. It's more so a character pick more than anything else. I think he will bring a presence to the locker room that will help us out. And anybody knows in our locker room, it's party time whenever Achilles is in the house, because he's going to throw you 8,000 different songs that you can listen to, and we'll have some fun with that. But Austin's a guy that we feel that I think is a great pick, and he's just going to fit in our locker room very well.
And there's already uproar from Alamo City's front office. Bo Martin Jr. and Greg Soto both saying, wow, that might have been their guy. Blanco goes to Vancouver and does not go to San Antonio. And now Alamo City might be in a little bit of a pickle as we start to talk about them. Anthony Ellison, back to you. This draft is really the gift that keeps on giving, because normally in seasons past, we see maybe one or two quarterbacks go off and they're starting. We don't see really anything else from the quarterback position. If you're not a starting position, you really don't get even a second look at. Here in this new age, this new era, the backups are in, and 3 backup quarterbacks drafted this season.
Why not make it 4? I think if you need it, it's nothing wrong with having a dual quarterback system. Mike said it earlier, so you can have some on the heavy formation and on the 5 wide receiver ones. So why not? I mean, King Jackson, Kenny Slider. If you need a quarterback, go ahead and grab him.
Well, I gotta stop you here, Anthony, because it looks like Alamo City was like they stole it. They stole it. So Alamo City sends pick 105, and sends pick 105, and Jacksonville's season 20 next season's 3rd round pick. Or clarification. Here we go. Alamo City. Cam, I'll let you explain it, because right now I'm all on a tongue twister.
Jacksonville gets the 105th pick and a 3rd round pick in season 22. Jacksonville. That trade. Yes, Jacksonville sends their second pick they received from San Diego in season 22's draft. That is the, we'll continue to find exactly what pick that is while Jacksonville makes their selection. Teams, when you submit trades, make sure to include the specificity of your picks. It was the 2nd rounder. My apologies. The 2nd rounder that they got. That is what they send. You guys are killing me. Pick 105 is Jacksonville's. They're on the clock. Get moving.
There we go. Yes, Eggs. It's confusing up in here as well, but it's all good. So temporarily, pick number 52. That's in alphabetical order, not in any special regards, but that is the pick that Jacksonville originally got from San Diego, which they now send to Alamo City. That's a second-round pick for this fourth-round selection here in season 21. So Jacksonville back on the clock with 3 minutes to go. They had Victor Ironleg come to them. They also got a massive couple of moves with Roy Towers dropping to them at pick 101. And now they're back on the clock. Mike O'Neill, over to you.
First of all, that was 110% Alamo City's guy. They're literally posting in the chat #FreeBlanco. So don't be surprised if there are T-shirts that show up at the convention that say #FreeBlanco. I'm just saying that might be a thing. So on to Jacksonville. Jacksonville moves back in here and really is at this point is okay, is in a decent situation. Looking at who they've taken earlier, I really think that this could go pretty much anywhere. That it's going to be a depth piece. I really feel like it needs to be on the defensive side of the ball for sure. But then again, you have some wide receivers. I mean, this is one that I'm kind of up in the air with, Tyler. I think that they could go anywhere and it could be okay.
Okay, Brett, as we continue to discuss Jacksonville's pick, and Jacksonville has had a knack of getting back into this draft. Now they've done that now 3 times in this fourth round alone, just grabbing extra pieces, grabbing guys that they hope will stick around for the long haul.
Yeah, and just to peel back the curtain a little bit here is that I've seen Frank Gooden over in Jacksonville. He's been talking a lot about trying to get it back into this fourth round, and now he has another chance here. So there's clearly somebody that he wants here to take in this draft. But the question is, who's it going to be? I'm not entirely sure. They could really go anywhere at this point. Again, throw my dart in the air. Kenny Slider, why not?
All right, Kenny Slider. Anthony Ellison, as things get unraveled here in Jacksonville, under a minute to go at the moment. We got Kenny Slider. Just taking a look at Jacksonville's current roster. We could see a couple of interesting picks. Your thought here, last second decision for Jacksonville.
If you're trading back in, it's got to be something that it's on your board. It made sense. I think Nick Twice, once again, is a starting caliber corner that's still on the board, and maybe that might be it.
Okay, and finally, the pick is in from Duval. We head over to SFL Commissioner Cameron Irvine with the call.
With the 105th pick in the SFL Season 22 rookie draft, the Jacksonville Kings select quarterback Kenny Slider. Denver is on the clock with pick 106.
There he is, Kenny Slider off the board. Brett Solberg, that's the 5th quarterback taken in this draft. Let's head over to you. You had it. Let's talk about Kenny Slider. I could go all day about talking with him because I was one of his first coaches over in Salt Lake / Lincoln. But Brett, I'll have you take it away.
One of the higher value quarterbacks in this pool, highly contested on whether Seattle was going to pick him or Ty Patak #1 overall. There was definitely discussion about that. But at the end of the day, another well-deserved pick for a guy who should have been drafted seasons ago at this point in Kenny Slider. He's going to have an opportunity to play behind O.J. Bruin, see what he can bring to the table. Remember, O.J. Bruin had a shaky season as well, so this is also, a safety pick for Jacksonville, so that in the instance that O.J. Bruin throws 5, 6, 7, 8 interceptions in a game, he's got the chance to, step in when need be. So again, quarterback battle, quarterback controversy. I don't think it's that much of a controversy here. I think O.J. Bruin starts week 1, but in the back of your head, could Kenny Slider get in a start here in season 21?
It's a solid option, and like you said, Brett, it's almost a little bit of a wake-up call for the quarterback room in Duval County, as now Bruin has someone nipping at his heels in a way. And Anthony Ellison, you said it a couple times tonight, competition breeds creativity, it breeds performance as we go on to Denver at the moment. And as we talk about the Night Wings, what can they do here?
They keep on adding depth. I still would love for Smoke to come up the board. I think like you said, you're building a competition for the whole entire team. So why not add to that with Willie Smoke as well? You've been having so many picks, so you're building almost a new team. So put competition at each position.
Final 3 picks remaining. Denver still without a kicker. Is this the pick where they take one, Cam?
With the 106th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Night Wings select kicker Hudson James. Tulsa is on the clock with the 107th pick.
Can I take credit for that one? Can I say that they're going to take special teams for that one? Everyone else gets to pick a player every once in a while. I'll take a little bit of credit for it. But Mike O'Neill, we get a kicker on the board.
Yeah, good for Denver. This is huge. This is a great pickup, as we all know. In the SFL, if you've been in the SFL, you know how important kickers can be. I mean, we've literally seen games. I mean, coming from your former team in Louisiana, right? Like seeing a win from just only field goals. I mean, it's pretty insane. So a kicker is a great value. Congratulations to Hudson James. I think that, hashtag special teams matter too. I think it's a great way to get ready to close out the draft. I think good pick from Denver.
Absolutely. And now as we move on, Brett Solberg, real quickly back to Hudson James and over to a case in point example. Vancouver for so long without a kicker, drafts chance to win, and you guys make a few kicks that you guys would have missed. And Hudson James can help out Denver in a pretty lengthy and a storied kicking, a special teams room in Denver.
Yeah, and here in Vancouver, back when there was a limit to 23 roster players, Andy had a set mind where if it was our last need, then we get kicker. But most of the time we went with those position players, and then we just relied on someone like Bex Kickums to really rely on the kicks. But when the opportunity came to get a kicker like Chance to win, it felt like a no-doubter at that stage. And now with the roster maximums being shattered, exploded, expanded so huge at this point, you could go with any position you want, and you could go fill in that special teams. And it's slowly migrated over the couple seasons here. But now that Denver has their kicker, I was actually surprised they went with Hudson James because late in this draft here, there was a big surge from Louis Messier in trying to talk to a lot of teams here, trying to get a spot on a team here. So he might be the one left out, unfortunately, because they took Hudson James. But nonetheless, great pick from Denver here.
Okay, Anthony Ellison now on to Tulsa, and they got Brooke Brown over there, of course. Brooke and Douglas Brown over there, 2 stalwarts over there, so probably not seeing another kicker come off the board here. But where does Tulsa go? We haven't seen them all night. This is their first pick of the night and only pick of the night.
Yeah, defense. Like I said, you've seen everybody draft a lot of defensive players, so just go ahead and add something that can just be like the person can play special teams off the rip. If not, somebody can help you in those 5 wide receiver sets.
They did draft Marquise Sengo, the tight end, and wide receiver Ian Francis back in the second round. Those picks are 31 and 46, respectively, for the Tulsa Desperados. Potentially, Tulsa may be sending this pick away, it looks like, potentially, pending. We'll get that clarified here in just a touch of a minute here. But for now, Tulsa's clock no longer to be seen. Mike O'Neill, quickly.
Yeah, I say screw it, throw it all out the window. It's season 21, hashtag year of the backup QBs. Go on, just mess around and take Chad Moore.
Okay, and indeed, it is Vancouver back on the clock. Cam and Irvine, you want to give us an update on the trade?
Well, at least this one is easy. A 4th-round pick swap. Tulsa will get a 4th-rounder from Vancouver next season, but Vancouver has moved in to the 107 spot.
And Brett likes where this is going. So we'll let him explain everything at the last minute, but I think this pick is going to come in quick. So Mike O'Neill, they already got a backup quarterback. Where do they go here?
Well, apparently, since they just like to draft people just out of the blue, out of nowhere, they might mess around and take Chad Moore too. Maybe they're just trying to hoard all the quarterbacks and try and get something in return for them later on. I don't know. We don't know. We're going to have to figure out what Andy and Brett want to do. No, I honestly, they've got a full roster. They have depth everywhere. They're just messing around, man. Like, they're just trying to get some depth. They're just picking the best available players. And I mean, hey, kudos to Andy for being able to move around picks like that.
Okay, and that pick that Vancouver sent off was originally Tulsa's, and it goes back to Tulsa. This is pretty interesting now that I think about it. Tulsa trades the pick to Vancouver early on in the draft, and all of a sudden gets it back. That's a real roundabout way of doing things, but it works nonetheless. Anthony Ellison, what else is on your mind here for Vancouver?
Man, Vancouver is making people angry this whole draft. This is the 3rd time. I'm pretty sure they had 2 people like leave the draft when they picked something. I think Vancouver earlier with a pick, and then somebody backed out and traded right afterwards because they didn't get it. And then you saw Alamo City a couple picks ago wanted Blanco, and then Vancouver picked them up before, and then you saw Alamo City like leave. So I don't know. Maybe we've been talking about Nick twice. Like, we've been talking about Smoke. So maybe one of those 2. Vancouver is just like stacking.
My prediction, Tulsa's going to trade the pick away again to Vancouver.
Well, we'll have to see in about 6 months' time. But Kevin Irvine with the call with Vancouver's current pick.
With the 107th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Vancouver Legion select wide receiver Timothy Mossam King. Wide receiver Timothy Mossam King. The Denver Nightwings are on the clock with the 108th selection.
Timothy
No, they're not.
Mossam
Vancouver is.
King goes to Vancouver, a man that Brett's been hyping up.
Oh, man.
And another one falls in the lap of Andy Hamilton and Brett Stolberg. They are just they're just taking what they're given. And Brett Stolberg, it's a night to remember for all Legionites.
Now, it's a simple question. Why leave the top wide receiver in value in the SFLM all the way down to this pick here? It's a no-brainer for us, and we are going to find a way to get Timothy involved. We are going to have the most stacked wide receiver core in the league. It's going to be so much fun. If I have to drop Chris Curtis down to wide receiver 8, I will do it. It is just that kind of thing. But it's amazing. Timothy Mossam King, you are a Legionnaire. Let's go.
All right, Brett Stolberg. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. We now get to figure out here in about 4 minutes' time who the season 21 Mr. Impactful will be. Because I'm not going to use Mr. Irrelevant, because as we well know, the last pick of SFL drafts typically go on to do 1 or 2 things. They do okay, or they become instant legends like Chris Lee. Mike O'Neill, I need one name. I'm going to each of you get one name. That's all I'm giving you. No explanation. I want one name. Mike O'Neill.
Chad Moore.
Chad Moore. Anthony Ellison.
Willie Smoke.
Billy Smoke. Brett Stolberg.
Nick Twice.
Nick Twice. Cameron Irvine. Who is Mr. Impactful?
You're all wrong. With the 108th pick, with the 108th pick in the SFL Season 21 rookie draft, the Denver Nightwings select cornerback Kippa Jones. that concludes a wild Season 21 draft. Thanks to all of our teams, all of our general managers, everybody that participated in Green Rooms, War Rooms, our wonderful panel. We are just days away from the 4K23 release and getting on the field for some preseason action just in a week or two time. We'll get there one day at a time. Gentlemen, back to you to wrap things up.
Thank you, SFL Commissioner Cameron Irvine. Let's go ahead and wrap this up, gentlemen. We'll go in the same order we started tonight. Mike O'Neill, your final thoughts on the draft and what you're most excited for in Season 21.
Well, I think that, first of all, congrats to Kippa Jones, Mr. Irrelevant. I think that's awesome. I think Denver made a great pick there. Kippa Jones, a good pick for Denver. But congrats to all teams. This was unbelievable. I think that I can speak for all of the analysts whenever I say that this draft for Season 21 has been this new era of draft has been so exciting, so revitalizing. I mean, you talk about live draft trades, you talk about all this stuff. I mean, we have consistently, the numbers have been great. We've consistently had viewership. I think everybody can agree that this has been an incredible draft, one for the books. Hashtag backup QBs matter too. It's been awesome. I can't wait to see what Season 21 brings us.
Thank you, Mike. Anthony Ellison, Mr. Big Ant, Mr. Broadcaster, thank you for being here. Let's get your final reactions to a crazy, wacky, wild Season 21 rookie draft.
Two things. One, if the season's gonna be like this draft, I cannot wait. It's gonna be a lot of wild stuff going on. And the second thing is I'm really looking forward to Vancouver now. I am looking forward to watching Vancouver, like calling their games. I am really, they got me interested because they made some people angry tonight. They made people say we're going to draft in 6 months. So this has been really fantastic. A lot of great energy. The chat has been fantastic. I'm ready for the season.
Big Ant to Vancouver, Season 22 confirmed. Thank you, Anthony. Brett Solberg, my favorite Canadian. You've been awesome tonight. All of you have been awesome tonight. Brett, let's hear your thoughts on this draft and what's the most important thing you're going to do at the convention in less than 3 weeks' time?
Well, it's just a fantastic draft here, and I'm proud to be wrong with most of my predictions here because that just means I should never have a head office position other than owner. Everyone made fantastic selections. I don't think there was a significant loser in this draft at all. Everybody's a winner here, especially the players. You're going to fantastic teams. There's guys in that first night like Thomas LeClaire and Chris Delro, guys who I talked for a long time with. I am so happy they went to Arizona and Carolina, especially. Those are two great guys, and they're going to have fun with their respective teams. But in terms of the convention, I can't wait to moss Mike O'Neill with a catch and flag football. I'll say that much.
There we go. That's
I want all the smoke.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it.
Wow, we don't need a cage match. We need a flag football game. Cam, I think we've got the captains confirmed. Mike O'Neill versus Brett Solberg. Anywho, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the panelists, Mike O'Neill, Anthony Ellison, Brett Solberg. Thank you to SFL Commissioner Cameron Irvine. Thank you to the panelists from yesterday, Jacob Clear, Chad Rowland, and a few others who I forget to mention. Chris Curtis on standby. So many others. John Fullerton jumping in, and Frank the Franchise Wade also there. And of course, thank you, SFL players, SFLM players, new rookies, draftees, and just general community at large. Thank you for tuning in for all of the 3+ hours we've been on tonight, the 6+ hours we've been on all weekend. You guys have been fantastic. Please take care. Please stay safe. Preseason football on its way. SFL convention, the end of this month. We cannot wait. I've been Tyler Falk. We will see you in a few weeks' time. Until then, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Later.